Starting off, beginning as it is, already. This is already the way that it is. So what's there to think about? What's there to think about right now? What should you be thinking about right now? What should I be thinking about right now? Who's in charge? Who's the boss? Who's the controller? Who is it? Is it you? Is it me? Am I in control of this body and this mind? Can I dream what I want to dream? Can I make my body feel the way that I want it to feel right now? How about you? So basically, starting something completely new, completely fresh, that doesn't depend on the idea of new or the idea of fresh. And it can seem like a kind of void, an emptiness or a boringness, a neutralness. But there's something very alive about being a human being. You're not a dolphin. You're not a brick. You're not made of clay. So there's something very specific. There's something very real, very direct, very experiential, right here and now. And how could that ever be put into words and phrases and stories? Can I get a hallelujah? This is the church of non-duality. Now, I got into a little bit of trouble last night. I was a little bit of a bad boy. I went a little bit to the dark side. But that's all over now. And I is the first letter of irrelevance, more so than it is the truth of a real true person and a real true story. A real true person and a real true story doesn't have a single I, does it? Do we need to open up ChatGPT, or are your ears and eyes and noses open? Can you smell what the doctor is cooking? Why do we put so much emphasis, for example, on things that are seen? What if you could smell? What if there was a computer or an internet based in smells? What if you lost your vision today, right now? What if you went blind? What are the dark sides of yourself? What are those things that you don't want anyone else to know about? That you would never want to talk about with anyone? What are those parts of yourself? Are you afraid? Do you feel fear? What if I knew everything about you? How would you feel? Raise your hand. How would you feel if I knew every single thing about you? Even the things that you didn't know about yourself. How would that make you feel? Now, this mind that you're dealing with, that I'm dealing with, already knows everything. It even knows the things that you don't know about yourself. So who wouldn't be scared of that? Are you perfect? Are you totally clear-minded? Do you always do the right things at the right time with the right people in the right way? Or are you basically broken? Are you basically violated and disempowered in all ways that you can be? So this is, hallelujah, Jesus' name, surrender. Surrender unto me. I don't want anything to do with you, and I don't want anything to do with myself either. I want to myself. I want to end my own if you catch my drift. I want all this to come to an end. What's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with wishing for the end of all this, the end of this whole shebang? We're not even allowed to say these words on YouTube, on TikTok. I'll say it. You think I won't say it? Raise your hand. Suicide. Suicide. We're not allowed to talk about suicide. What do I mean? I mean, who do you see who's live streaming talking about their desire to end their own lives? Or their TikTok videos leading up to their, ending their own lives? How about you get on your computer? How many people are suiciding? How many people are killing themselves every single day in America, just in your state? How many people are killing themselves every day? So the last thing that this could ever be, this attachment to me, to I, to this body, to my mind, is a joke. You think suicide is a joke? You think killing yourself is a joke? You think being tortured is a joke? You think being raped is a joke? Probably not. So you can go on endlessly disassociating and watching videos and listening to music and thinking about bullshit, or you can start taking responsibility for your lack of control and your lack of understanding and your fucking vulnerability. $22 U.S. veterans a day. That statistic can't be real. 22 U.S. veterans kill themselves every day, and we can't do anything about that? So when you don't take this seriously, you're going to be in big trouble. And the people around you are going to be in big trouble, and the whole world is going to be in big trouble. When you're not willing to have a conversation about what you're interested in, you're going to be in big trouble. When you're not willing to put your ego and yourself and your identity and your life out there, you're going to be in big trouble. So I went to This is deep shit. This is real shit. This is childism. This is ableism. This is prejudgment against groups of people. Prejudices against certain ways of acting, certain ways of being that justify abuse. Do I need to explain that to everybody here? Prejudgments towards certain ways of acting, certain ways of appearing, certain ways of sounding that are the basis of prejudgments for abuse. Who here has been suicidal, seriously suicidal before? Who here has spent time contemplating suicide? Raise your hands. I see. So if you do not take this seriously, well, no more. Because Dr. Rob is here to stay. And if Dr. Rob passes away, it will be up to you to continue his work and his life and his teachings. Look at this. A bunch of suicidal freaks in this community. Good for you. You made it here today. And so what? We're supposed to create a paradigm in our minds that if someone makes a mistake, if someone does something that harms someone else, or someone does something that harms themselves, or harms the environment, or harms the world, according to some vague, objective, righteous right and wrong, that they're to be tortured and imprisoned and sent to hell? I do not agree. I do not accept it. I do not allow it. Hell must be emptied out. Drain the swamp. How about we drain hell? How about we drain whatever is feeding and fueling hell? I'm a preacher. Who here's grown up with a Christian background, a Christian influence? I have. I'm a preacher. And I will speak out against heretical views. Drain the pus of thinking. It's like a fucking horror movie. That's why I'd like to visit Norway one day. I'd like to visit a place where they don't have horrible prison systems, where they have a good prison system. Who here hasn't made a mistake? Who here has never done something that would get them locked up in prison? Raise your hands. Who gets to decide what's right and what's wrong? Aren't these just words? What's right? What's wrong? Who's that? What's over there? What's this all about? Isn't this just words? Isn't this just all beat poetry? So what you should to do, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't have anything to do with any special ideas or special teachings. You should take good care of yourself and your life and your body and mind. Is that so difficult? If you do something, I've worked with a lot of young men that have been masturbating. I've spent time with a lot of people who've had trouble with masturbation, sexual desire, sexual attachment. And I want to be clear about this. If you do something causes you to suffer, gives you a tummy ache, you don't do that again, or you relax and release from that activity in that way. Is that clear? Is that simple enough? Can you imbibe? Can you imbibe? Can you imbibe on awareness? Of course you can. Of course you can imbibe on awareness. Of course you don't need to think. Who the hell told you that you need to think? Well, now I'm telling you, you don't need to think. You don't need to think before you speak. You don't need to think before you act. You don't need to think about the thoughts that you've had. You don't need to think about anything. New rules. Don't think. Do not think. That's non-duality. That's enlightenment, teachings. Freedom from thoughts. Do not be attached to words and phrases. Do not hold on to words and phrases. Do not hold on to things as ultimates. What things? What, over there? What are you going to do when you go over there? There is no over there. And Angelo DeLulu, if you are watching this, I am coming for you. I am coming for your audience. I am coming for your students. I am coming for your teaching platform. And I will take everything from you that I can. Because I deserve to be where you are, Angelo DeLulu. Retire. Retire. What's so difficult about that? R-E-T-I-R-E. Just retire. Maybe there's some obligations. Maybe we have to go to the DMV. Maybe a homeless bum shows up at our house and says that they need a place to stay. And you're too kind-hearted and compassionate to turn them away and tell them that they stink and that their energy is garbage and that they need to get the fuck out of here right now. Because you're too kind to say anything like that to them. And so now your house is their house. They can't afford a place to stay. They don't know what they're doing with their lives. Retire. And the interesting thing is that people say, well, how could I ever retire? What are you pushing some kind of wealth paradigm? Live in a way where retiring is accessible and near. The thoughts just happen. Don't take responsibility for your thoughts. kill your thoughts, murder your thoughts, torture your thoughts. How could you torture a thought? How could a thought do anything? How could a thought hold anything? Well, it should be next level vibes because I spent 7 years as a fucking Buddhist monk training with meditation masters all over the world. It should be fucking next level vibes. Why wouldn't it be? Come here and sit close, Shiva. Sit close to Dr. Rob, please. Somebody reached out to me recently for an interview. And they said, usually you want to start with everyone and then turn only subscribers when you have the momentum, when the movement. That's what I've usually done. Now, what does this look like? This looks like gold, doesn't it? How do you feel, Shiva Kailash Shambho, sitting next to somebody wearing gold? Does that look like real gold to you?
Yeah.
It does, right? How about the people at home? Does that look like real gold to you? Looks realer from back there. Hello? We are all the leaves of one tree. We are all the leaves of one tree. The time has come for all to be as one. We are all the waves of one sea. Okay, how to get rid of practical thoughts. I don't know who you are, William, and I don't really know what you're doing here, what your experience is here. William, how to get rid of darkness. Let the sun rise. Do you do that? Do you make the sun rise? Of course not. It's ridiculous. Get up and walk. And sometimes you have to learn how to drink the poison. Sometimes the poison is very painful. Sometimes it's very enjoyable. Drink the poison. Consciously. Right, Shiva? Mm-hmm. Whatever it is, you do it consciously. Stop disassociating. Stop meandering about, should I do this? Could I do this? Is this me? Am I double splitting? There is no double splitting. This is all you, right here and now. This is it. It's not always going to feel nice. It's not always going to feel good, and it doesn't have to. Okay? It doesn't always have to feel nice and good. Sometimes it feels shit. So why don't you shit and feel that? Feel that shittiness. Trust me when I say this. Trust me when I say this. Anybody here ever heard of Alexis non-duality? I can't help myself. I got to talk about it. Hello? That's good. Brad McCraith, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and you're lucky to be in my presence. So what's being invited and what's being opened here is a kind of moment by moment cutting. Cutting the cutting itself even. We're not coming back to the mutual understanding point. We're not practicing with that or experiencing with that. You hear what I'm saying? We're not building up a relationship, me and you, on mutual understanding. You understand that? This is a 0 point. This is an awareness point. This is a non-conceptual point. This is like being aware without needing to think about anything. This is like an awareness thing, or a thing of no things. Not nothing is like a void. That's just another thing, like the idea of nothing. But what is nothing that isn't based on an idea of nothing? What is nothing that cancels out itself? Anyways, I went to some of these non-duality teachers and I said, you are lacking in artistic integrity. So what does that have to do with me and you? Give irrelevance to thoughts. Give irrelevance to the thoughts that have happened and the thoughts that have come up in the past, in the present, and maybe in the future. Who here says that you are owed thoughts? Who is here saying that you have a contract with the future? Who told you that? Who told you that you have a contract with the future? I want to know. We're building something here. Okay, that's what a lot of people don't understand. That's especially what Shiva Kailash Shambho doesn't understand, because his mind is the size of a peanut and he can't think farther than his own ego. But my intentions and my motivations are deep and mysterious, Shiva Kailash Shambho. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. So we are building something here. And when I place my hand on the button and I'm ready to press, your credit score better be in the 700s. When I say go, you better be ready to go. Loans, credit cards, gold bullion. Coming to Thailand, coming to Myanmar, coming to Vietnam, coming to wherever we have to go, coming to India with gold bullion, with credit cards, with loans. As we enable the unraveling. So if you haven't already, please make sure that your credit score is in order. Okay? My credit score is not fixable, so you fix your credit score. Somebody's popping ads? Hold on. Sorry, we're going to get rid of the ads, everybody. This is 100% supported by people like you. Participants. What does that mean? Williams, Weeble Wobble. Let's get some W's in the chat for everybody that's here, okay? Who's here? W's in the chat, everybody. We are not monetizing this in any way.
Yeah, I did that, I think. Yeah, right there.
Get it up, Chelsea. When I hit that button, I want gold. I want you on a flight with $10,000 in gold bullion. Oh, yeah. Activate. Everybody, activate. Activate. Everybody, activate. What does that mean? What does that mean to activate? Don't think. I will program you. I will manipulate you. I am manipulating you. I am planting seeds of intentionality in you. I am an overseer. I am a manipulator. I am a controller. I am a controller. I am creating conflux moments. I am manipulating your mind. I am manipulating your intentions. I am controlling you. Convulse, 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 convulse. This is a conflux moment. This is a transitional conflux moment. As the coffee enters my bowels, they deem release to be suitable, and I accept. There is no controller or anyone to be controlled. Breathing in, breathing out. See, this is the kind of environment that I'm talking about. Shiva, you feel blessed, don't you? You feel protected, don't you? You feel a purity and a sanctity of the spaciousness of this environment, don't you? Mm-hmm. This is a very rich psychosphere, isn't it, Shiva?
Yes.
Because there's no motherfucking schedule. There's no expectation of a fucking schedule. We don't play that shit here. We don't play that fucking game here. Silence, space, air, nature, natural principles. You put on Fox News, turn that shit the fuck off. Because I'm teaching the Dhamma. And this is setting the standards. This is setting the standards for the way of awareness. Okay? You want to watch Fox News? You better watch out, because you will turn that fucking shit off when I'm around. Or else. You want to be a part of this community? I want to talk about something. And I'm sorry for the inaccessibility, but I can't do that. You know, I mean, what am I supposed to be doing? And you know, I wish the best for people, but the world doesn't work like that. Buddha wasn't going and chasing people down. Pascal Ramel says Shiva is stuck by in this weak position by this manipulator. Okay, everybody, we're back. I'm sorry, it looks like I was hacked for a moment. Please do not hack me. I'm a good person, trying to be a better person. And, you know, I like to have a good time too, so I think we can probably get along, whoever the hackers are. Whoever the hackers could be. There's nobody anywhere, friends. Come back to awareness. Okay, Z Master says, I know what non-dual means. Well, okay, but what does Buddhism, absurdism mean? So, non-duality is absurd by any conventional position. Buddhism is about non-duality, the highest form of non-duality. Buddhism is the most well-established tradition of non-duality that's ever existed. So we can play word games, or we can see that things themselves are game. And if you're concerned with non-duality, you better not be following a script, because that's ridiculous. And I went into a Zoom meeting with Alexis and this guy Tobias last night, and I basically confronted them, and they couldn't take the heat, and they kicked me out. They threw me out of there. Maybe we can find the video of that. Alexis, and what I said to them, and you all can hear that. But this Alexis is running for me like a trans person runs from gender reassignment surgery according to their original birth certificate. So I don't see the stream there. They might have took it down, not had it open. So I'm not going to go too much into that because the awareness is kind of more important. The import is on the awareness rather than the things. But in terms of the things that relate to the awareness, certain things seem to come up now. And that certain things seeming to come up now builds up this false principle that certain things come up at certain times. But there's no information now, there's no experience now to say that there are certain times or certain things outside of the uncertainty of knowing that is clearly not based on things. So there's in terms of where you would find things or where you would find things, it would be a you finding things through the sense doors, like finding things through seeing, like this thing, that thing, etc. But the seeing itself does not thingify. There's no such things as things in seeing. So just seeing is an open field of vision that is thingless. Somebody might want to write that one down. That's a pretty good one. Okay? I don't want to rush anybody on the book, but I'm really looking forward to it myself. I'm excited about it. It's okay, you two. You both are good, okay? Just relax. Be good. Be quiet. Okay? We don't play those games here. And some of these things, because of the profoundness of my being and my depth of non-duality, you're going to have to go back and listen to that again and write that down and take a look at that. What was this guy saying? A lot of people say, Dr. Rob is very insincere. Well, I would say that I'd like to see you compare my sincerity with someone else. How do you compare sincerity? How do you judge sincerity? I'd like to know. Might be interesting to know about how a person judges someone else's sincerity. Okay? The time has come and gone. But look, the invitation here, and once again, laid back Zach, says there are just easier ways to describe non-duality than that. Oh, it has nothing to do with being convinced about something. And this is the problem with a lot of non-duality teachers and their work, and what I call a lack of artistic integrity, is that they're not aligning themselves supposedly with any kind of system of belief or structure, and yet their structure is fully presented. The structure of contrived, repetitive words and phrases following a seemingly certain schema that was handed down to them by someone else. So as an artist, I'd like to consider myself to have a high degree of artistic integrity. So instead of disassociating into this kind of inhuman watcher on the wall, commenter, thinker, judger, actually look into your own bodily experience right now. You see what I'm saying? Like, how does your body feel right now? You fucking dummy loser. You fucking bitch. You fucking follower. You fucking consumer. You fucking loser. You fucking stalker, you fucking addict, you fucking hopeless, meaningless, fucking freak. Look into your experience of the body. Feel that. Stop perpetuating this kind of parasocial, fake structure of thinking about me and you and what's going on that you then comment and are involved with. As if you're like a part of a book or something like that. Actually look into your direct experience right now. I release control and surrender to the flow of love that will heal me. I release control and surrender to the flow of love that will heal me. I release control and surrender to the flow of love that will heal me. I release control and surrender to the flow of love that will heal me. And that's the difference between me and a lot of spiritual content creators or a lot of spiritual teachers, is that most of my adult life has been spent living in community. Most of my adult life has been living in spiritual community under the direction and guidance of meditation masters. Real gurus, real people who've been monks for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, etc. So when it comes to me, community isn't a notion or a kind of a thought or kind of a brand. Community is a lived experience for me. And I take it very, very seriously. I'm very open and welcome to, people with different energies and varying degrees of physical attractiveness to live together, with me, to be around me. But when it comes down to it, there's no other place and time. So this is a timeless, placeless field of fieldless awareness. That is not what I just said, nor is it not what I just said, nor is it not what I just said, or even sounds becoming not thoughts. So what is a sound that seems to be a word that is not a thought? What is a sound that is not a word that is not a thought? Perhaps something would seem to be something that's not understood. But what if that thing is thinglessness? What if that thing is nothing? So it would make sense to say, well, it's a thing called nothing. Doesn't make any sense. The notion of nothing is that it's already not a thing. No. Saying no to things. How do you say no to things? That's where no I is found in the real true person, in the real true story. I don't know why more people don't celebrate me and kind of praise me for that phrasing. Has anybody here ever heard that phrasing before? A real true person and a real true story? Do a deep dive, do a deep search, and see if I picked that up from somewhere. Because that is very direct and very potent. Very clear. There is no real true person in a real true story. And nobody ever seems to be able to have a conversation about that. And instead of returning in that awareness, of that awareness, we find some kind of like retard shit to get involved with. I'm certainly not coming against people with disabilities, and I'm not coming against anybody particularly, but it's like what's being presented and what's kind of being pointed to and said about is very like accessible, communicable, right? We can communicate about it. But instead of communicating about it or returning to awareness, it's like there's some, like I need to be a retard. Like there's something that pops up in people's head that says I need to act like I'm literally retarded right now. And I think that this has a lot to do with social isolation. I know it has a lot to do with jealousy and envy. But trust me, there's no way that you could be envious of me. You would be crazy to be envious of me. And now someone's going to come up and say that as if I just didn't say that. That's what I'm talking about, just continuously jumping on like retard shit. Very, very retarded positions that don't make any sense. And it doesn't make any sense, not just from the framework of like that position by itself, because that position by itself also doesn't make any sense, because it's like, it's just like an ego comment on a TikTok video that's 5 years old, right? But it's you making that comment and taking this position of yourself socially that doesn't make any sense. What position are you taking? And why are you taking that position here? Like, what are you doing? I need to go around and complain and call people out. Huh? What? It doesn't matter if I'm interested in something or not. I need to make sure that the people that are online are, called out about these things. What? What are you doing? I need to make sure that, because, well, there's a lot of people watching this, and they're not going to be confused by a guy like you, not when I'm here. So I'll come up, I'll share, I'll say what I gotta say, and I'll move on. You're lucky I'm even here to begin with. I mean, what's going on, right? And then also no one's allowed to say, okay, let's stop for a moment and ask what's going on. We're also not allowed to do that. Let's stop and let's check in and let's take a look. Hey Gemini. Okay, Google. All right, Google, turn on a Chinese accent voice, very low-level English, but high Chinese affect and accent because, first time in America, and use that tonality to, let's say, 75%. And then I got a question I want to ask you.
I cannot change my voice or accent like that. However, I am ready to answer your question in my standard voice. What you would like to know?
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, so I just want to know how much would it cost for a 20 to 22 karat gold chain, at least a pound. It has to be at least a pound of gold. How much does that cost of 20 karat gold or 22 karat gold?
The price of gold can change quite a lot depending on the market, and a 1 pound chain can be very heavy. Also, 20 to 22 karat gold is quite pure. Are you looking for an estimate of the current price?
Yeah, what are you talking about? That's what I just asked you. That's what I just said to you. Come on, what are you doing?
I apologize for the confusion. A pound of gold is about 14.58 troy ounces. With current prices, 20 to 22 karat gold could be quite expensive, likely over $60,000 to $70,000.
Jesus Christ. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Price of gold just keeps going up. And the AI just goes up to get more and less stupid. Because what I'm trying to teach here as well is the impracticality of practicality. And the practicality of impracticality when it comes to mindfulness and detachment, when it especially comes to the practice of generosity. And people know that I've recently gone through a transition. I've recently gone through a shift. Some people have recognized that. Some people have noticed that. And this conflux and this shifting and this trans moment for me, becoming trans, realizing my identity as a transitionary conflux, is something that is not based in practical ideas. Okay? If me and Jesus and Muhammad were in a room together, what do you think that I would do with Jesus and Muhammad? If me and Jesus and Muhammad were literally in a room together, what do you think that I would do with Jesus and Muhammad? This is Muhammad. This is Muhammad, everybody. I'm practicing Dzogchen anti-prismatic, but don't get on my case because I'm more advanced and developed than you are. Okay? If anything, you should be taking me as a teacher and as a master. All right, who wants to hear a joke? What's the difference between a gay Jew and a trans Muslim? They both know what's good for themselves. What's the difference between a gay Jew and a trans Muslim? Everybody says, don't talk like this. Go back to the Dhamma. Go back to the teachings. Go back to the Dzogchen pointing out instructions. I don't know anything about that stuff. But go back to the path, Dr. Rob. Don't say fuck. Don't say cunt. Don't say pussy. Don't say shit. Don't talk about eating feces, eating your own feces. Don't talk about that. You're a Dhamma teacher, Dr. Rob. Don't talk about having consensual sex with Jesus Christ as he's crucified on the cross. Don't talk about that, Rob, Dr. Rob. That's what they say. And you know what I have to say to that? Good idea. Let's let that go as much as we can. When I say that this is a conflux moment, why don't people understand that? Also, get your stinky fucking cunt ego out of here. Since when did a stinky fucking cunt become some kind of special offering? Get the fuck out of here. This is the Western paradigm that's just the worst of the worst of the worst. You know, I don't know how these women get by, how these men get by. You know, men, women, bullshit. There are no men and women. There is a conflux moment where one can transition from a man or a woman into a kind of ghoul creature, into an ageless ghoul. And that happens when you go so deep in your sadhana and your practice that you break the paradigm, the continuing paradigm in the brain neurons of the gender biology. And you become kind of a transcendental ghoul creature. And then you can influence the holosphere in very profound ways. So for example, I might be a 100-year-old ghoul, but to you, I will appear as a young man. Scary stuff, trust me. I don't know how I got out of there. Well, I do know how I got out of there. Practicing mindfulness and detachment. Okay? And Shelley, be free. You're following one of these ghouls, one of the most powerful and scary ghouls that exist on the planet Earth, Pomnyan Sunim. But you have to let your eyes fall. You have to let the veil of preconception to fall from the view of the eyes. Then you will see his true form, which is a light, a ghoul of light that is beyond good and bad. That's one of the things that people need to understand and consider about like advanced teachers, like advanced spiritual teachers. There's no such thing as good and bad for them. So it's a very different paradigm from what you're used to in yourself and in your life. And there's probably a lot that you would not agree with them about, because you have to label certain things as being bad, certain people as being bad, certain activities as being bad. But for someone who's advanced, there's nothing that exists like that in their experience, because they are practicing automatically, spontaneously, a kind of mindfulness and detachment that's beyond the dualistic frameworks of pain and pleasure, like and dislike, etc. So kind of interesting, kind of deep track. And if you are schizophrenic, all the more reason for you to take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha seriously. I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're going to go to a psychiatrist and take some weird medicine? I don't know. I don't know how good that's going to work for you. The more help you need, the more refuge you take. Simple as that. Oh my gosh. Pomnyan Sunim, Venerable Pomnyan Sunim, he takes 108 prostrations every morning, probably to the Buddha. I lay in bed and contemplate 108 times whether I want to go back down into hell or to start my day, and pretending to be a spiritual teacher. Because, I mean, think of it like this, right? Let's say, for example, the guy next to me, let's say that he was in one way or another quite schizophrenic. And he was able to stay generally like okay or balanced, you know what I mean? Oh, that's great, Shelley. That's beautiful. And you know what I mean? So let's say he's really schizophrenic, but he's kind of stable enough or whatever. And he needs help because he's fucked up. He's got a lot of weird thoughts and he believes a lot of weird things. So let's say, for example, that for whatever reason, he had like a faith in me as a teacher or as a mentor or as a, God forbid, a guru in some ways, right? It doesn't matter how strong his delusions or beliefs or stories are. That wouldn't fucking bother me in the slightest. It would there wouldn't be. Okay, my friend, my brother, please stop the hacks. Stop the hacks. We don't know. It's just impermanence happens. It's like you fall down and break your knee and you're looking over the field and saying, who did that? Who psychically made me trip? Anyways, what I'm saying. So he has all these beliefs and these ideas such that he has a right to pick up my air conditioning remote in my house and decide what the temperature is, when he's already been told that my teacher and my guru doesn't like air conditioning, which probably because he subconsciously needs to disrespect me to keep bolstering his ego, he said, I'm going to turn that on. It's up to me, right? So what I'm talking about, right, is that this relationship of taking refuge has inside of it a kind of renunciation or detachment from a willingness to give up your own understanding, which is a kind of detachment, a kind of renouncing. So, in that way, as long as he can generally take care of himself and not act like a total fool and yelling and screaming or doing things like that, he can be totally schizophrenic and he can be totally helped and supported and served by and through my detachment, my uninvolvement, my non-belief. That is the power of taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And we have to be a little bit more open and honest about how stinky our cunt is. Right? And that's when we're actually in a situation where we can start to be a little bit more authentic and build new relationships. There's not anything inherently wrong with you or bad about you because you have a stinky cunt. From what I've heard, from what I've understood, that's just the way that it goes some of the times. Talking about the perineum as well. Whatever that area is in the genitalia, the lower pelvis, the anus area, it's a lot of strong smells that are created out of that energy. Okay? It's all energy. So detaching from our own understanding, being willing to give up our own understanding is very powerful, even for someone who's literally schizophrenic and totally crazy. So we can explore being in relationship with each other, not me and you, because I'm not talking to you, right? Through not attaching to our views and our understandings and our perceptions. Then we can go from there. This is being concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, not just being concerned with whatever bullshit that you come up with. No, of course not. Okay? I'm a very natural person, a very uncontrived person. All right? And from my understanding, this is real gold. But it's not gold inside. It's just fucking copper plated with gold or whatever. Okay? I'm not wealthy. I'm not wealthy enough to afford a gold necklace like this. We all have asses, don't we? So that's a place that we can make analogies concerned with the truth, concerned with awakening, concerned with the ending of suffering, the ending of thinking. Why is it wrong to feel neutrality? Why are you so worked up? Why are you so arrogant and empowered and special? Because you feel bored. Who the fuck cares if you feel bored? Why do you care so much that you feel bored? I feel bored. I'm going to protest at the DMV. I'm going to protest because I have to wait at this line. Excuse me, don't you know that I'm bored? And actually, you're saying this to yourself all the time. How dare you be bored? I'm going to go find something else to do. And you're saying this to your true nature. You're saying this to awareness. You're not allowing that deepening process to take place. Why do people feel that they have an ability to understand this? It's like with something like Buddhism. You may have heard the word Buddhism before, right? Many people have heard that word. You may have heard the word monk before. Okay? Have you ever read a book on Buddhism? Have you ever met a monk? Have you ever talked seriously with a Buddhist? So where is this idea that generally we can understand everything? We cannot. And why is your ego giving so much importance to understanding this? Yeah, you say bro just yaps, but you're just making something up instead of like actually hearing what I'm saying, which you probably agree with. So I'm saying something very specific. I'm not just yapping, I'm saying something very, very specific. Right? What I'm saying is very, very specific, right? Why do we seem to be so addicted? And why do we give so much importance to I understand this? What if you don't understand this? What if you can't put this into a structure of sentences and words? And why is that what if not allowed? Right? Why are you as an ego, as a thinker, as a commenter, as a reactor, as a responder, not allowed to bring up this sense of what if I don't understand what this is? Why is that not allowed? Why is this ego, why is this self not allowed to not think? Carly and Baker, please get the fuck out of here. What's wrong with people? Jesus Christ. You're good, you're good. No, you're not. And fuck Alexis non-duality.
If you're here, welcome to my channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. And we will be happy to answer your questions, especially Dr. Rob. But please send a super chat for your questions to be answered. Dr. Rob will be back in just 2 minutes. He is taking a break. In the meantime, just be peaceful, relax, and yeah. Shambho.
You are the oil. Light yourself.
The camera is in the way of my camera.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'll do it.
Ah. So what's your hope, Shiva, with this whole situation? You think you're going to be like a successful spiritual teacher or content creator or what? What do you think that's going to happen here? What are you hoping to happen? What would your ideal be?
Yeah, spiritual teacher, content creator. That is ideal goal.
If you are sincere in terms of you want to get more connected and more involved, then it's just primarily about a kind of listening and an openness and a receptivity and a communication. But it's not interpersonal in nature. And it's going to take some time, but if you come here and there's a meditation or there's some absurdism or there's some different things going on, then you can really try and be generous in terms of your mindset, where this is something that's real and sincere and something that supposedly you can communicate with directly. Okay, question. I don't understand this mic. Is this how I'm supposed to be? Is this where I'm supposed to put it, right here? So we have a question, and I was thinking the same thing, Norbert, because I was thinking, what would I do if I had to deal with what you consider to be your art every day? You know what I mean? If I had to be around Norbert, what would I say to him to kind of keep his art away from me, or to keep it improving, or whatever? And of course, the first thing that comes to mind is send me money so that I can buy gold jewelry. But there's not actually any first or second thing that comes to my mind here and now. And why don't people just leave me alone? And what is your relationship with silence? What is your relationship with awareness? What is your relationship with not thinking? Okay, why don't you ask yourself that? And what is your relationship with silence? What is your relationship with awareness? What is your relationship with not thinking? That sounds good, huh? Why don't you ask yourself that? Are you glimpsing? Is anybody here starting to glimpse? It's because it is so in one sense it's a big room where you can do whatever you want. So you can cover yourself in shit and piss, and you can eat shit and piss, and you can go wet and wild. Okay, and do whatever you want. Everybody can have sex with each other. Everything can happen. Whatever you want to do can happen. Okay, there's a sense of that. And you can do your art. You can do your free expression. But the other sense is that inside of this room are children. Inside of this room are people with disabilities. Inside of this room are people with differing abilities, unique abilities. So, what are you going to do? And our actions seem to spiral in this field of cause and effect, and that seemingness can't be disregarded, because I can't sit here and say, hey, that toilet is nothing. That toilet is what I use to shit in, frankly, factually. And if we can't work with the factually, we can't work with the absolutely, because these interpenetrate into the samadhi. As we read in our text earlier, wisdom is what mind is. So there's here already. Buddha is, samadhi is what Buddha is. So there's no non-factually going on in here. It's a lot of manipulation. It's a lot of contrivance, a lot of personal interest. Well, you should probably be the one that cleans because aren't I the spiritual person? Shouldn't you all figure this out because, I'm meditating or whatever it is that I'm doing? Right? So how are we going to break down that? How are we going to work with that? Well, in this mutual communication of vile human beings, adult human beings, that wouldn't know innocence if innocence appeared before them and dissolved their sense of self. We better be a little bit comfortable with irony and flexible with our vile, selfish desires and self-fixations and self-centeredness. We better wear that on our sleeves a little bit. And then slowly, through our karmic affinities, whatever they might be, letting things happen naturally. And don't get your hopes up, because this is a kind of hopelessness, frankly. That's Dharma, not fake Dharma. There's two monks. I'm not going to name who these monks are, but some people might know who these monks are. Two young monks by themselves in Seattle that are working to start a monastery or whatever. They want to start a monastery. And what they say to the public is, hey, everybody, all we need is a couple of shacks. Bring your old RV and we'll sleep in it. Okay? But just before we get to that, we need $600,000 in the next 3 months, because $5 million isn't enough for the shacks that we're going to sleep in. So what I told them is, I said, this is a little bit as if they would talk to me. And that's part of the problem. Not me personally, but that principle is it's not their problem. It's just a problem of dealing with a lot of people. You can't just sit down and talk with everybody. Why don't you guys sleep in the fucking streets? That people aren't even going to be allowed to stay at this fucking monastery besides some monks. And how many Western monks are there in that field? Well, I don't know, but I hope they have good support. So I'm not asking for anything here, and I'm not trying to create any false promises here. Real spirituality is not something that you would want. And as Westerners, we want the best of the best. We're not going to take some cop-out and the fucking some Swami Indian guy trying to help us with our lives. Are you fucking kidding me? We're Americans. I'm an American. I'm white. You think that black Indian from 2,600 years ago is going to look me down and tell me to be a good person? I want to know what he knows. I want to know what the truth is. And if you want to know what the truth is, what you want to know is the worst suffering that you can possibly imagine. And principles that are so absolute that you would piss your pants in them even being presented to you. Such as someone throws acid on your face. Well, you better be very kind to them. $5 million for hopes and dreams from two young monks that look pretty, that look cute. Shame on Ajahn Nisabo, shame on Ajahn Kovillo, shame on Clear Mountain Monastery and their projects. May they be, successful in terms of stay in a fucking tent. Keep staying in that fucking guy's house that you're staying at, Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Kovillo, because you already said you're fine living in fucking shacks and the monastery's not going to be even letting lay people stay there. And they're not going to be able to stay there over the night. What you're selling is hopes and dreams because your parents are wealthy, because you come from a wealthy background. And Ajahn Nisabo wants a fucking meditation center, wants to be a fucking monastic leader. Not appropriate, not correct. Two young monks are going to be leading all these lay people that when they're untested, there's no examples of them training anybody. Training new monks. Anyway, it's not absolute, but I think it's a little bit ridiculous. And they should focus on facilitating some more retreats and practicing more intensively and teaching more intensively. $6 million for land as young monks like that? Just because you can teach Western people? Western people have no idea about spirituality, okay? They're hungry ghosts. Some fucking homeless bum on the street who's been to one meditation retreat can lead them to a fire and watch them burn, okay? These people don't know anything about Buddhism or spirituality or real meditation, and you are misleading them and misguiding them and taking advantage of them, and it's a very privileged and archaic approach to Buddhist monasticism in the West. Shame on the both of you. And it's very white fixated and very Asian fixated, and it's a disingenuous trick for those lay people that are supporting you. And may you be successful. Anyone have any ideas about that topic? Radha Siam says, yoga and meditation wisdom from 2 monks, even young monks, can establish a good monastery to save many from the simulation. I totally agree. I completely agree. I'm not saying they don't have my support. I'm just saying, I'd like to talk a little bit about this, and I think that a conversation should be had about this. Just like I joined Alexis Non-Duality's little fucking fake Zoom meeting last night and tried to have a conversation with him and his little boyfriend, or her and her little boyfriend, or whatever the fuck they got going on over there. And at a certain point, the guy Tobias said, "I'm bored, Alexis, mute him." I'm not trying to bring you all into this. I'm just sharing. Because I'm not worthy of a podcast with them. Because what they're doing isn't for black people, okay? All right? Their work is not for black people. It's for middle-aged, middle-class white people in Seattle to fucking get their rocks off, including Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Covillo, to get their rocks off on being monastic leaders and being well-established enough to run a monastery and things like that. But what they're doing is very collaborative. It's just, I think that we should have a space to have conversations like this. We should be challenged, okay? Now, not everybody's coming from the same place. But this is a fundamental reason why I stopped being a monk as well. Because people, even monks, don't care about having space where these real sharings and real listenings can take place with potency. It always has to be the fucking losers that are submitted and subjected and contrived and weakened that are having conversations about bullshit. Nobody is allowing challenging to take place. Okay? Now, is that an absolute principle or rule? No, of course not. That's what I brought up with. Alexis. Because she went into some spiel about a non-duality response to what I just said, and I said, "Are you talking to me or are you talking to the general audience?" Because I might very well have non-dual insight. And I might come from that kind of perspective. It doesn't mean that I'm going to follow some particular kind of fucking script. So the question is, do you care? Are you willing to volunteer? Are you willing to be involved? Are you willing to listen deeply and share deeply? The question isn't, are you right? And I know, hey, nobody knows more than me the lowness of everybody here. Okay? Don't you worry about that. Brings me to tears. The lowness of this Sangha, the lowness of this community, the lowness of my cultivation. So you don't have to bring that up. I know that. I know that very deeply. Okay? I may not live long. And I don't wish for them to fail. I think it's a really interesting thing to have a conversation about. And that I'm equipped and I'm in a position to have a conversation about that through my experiences. And maybe that's one of our sadnesses then, isn't it? That maybe we have a capacity to help. Maybe we could help, but the cause and conditions are not there for that to happen. So what are you going to do? You could help, but you can't. So what are you going to do? In real life, not in your fantasy, fake, non-duality, disassociation. In real life, in your factual real life. And the secret to these non-duality people is that they will not have a fair and balanced conversation. And then it gets back to artistic integrity, of which they have so little. And this still is not very, very loud. Maybe it's because I have to turn the gain high because it's just plugged into my computer rather than a audio board. So it's like how much is getting, the electricity is getting pumped is not a lot. So maybe that's why. That is probably why in a certain sense. Listen to the silence in your heart. Listen to the silence in your heart. Thank you for your donation, William. You're very welcome here. You're very appreciated here, William. You know, it's also, you know, somehow I'm supposed to be compared with fucking, you know, high school dropouts that live in their basement that are trying to become Twitch streamers or content creators like this guy over here. And, you know, that's not really a fair comparison. There is something deeper and real, you know, very, you know, that's being offered here. You're not an important person. You are not an important person. You're not a philosopher. You're not a politician. You're not a leader. Well, good. Take a rest and see about retiring. But that's the thing. Somebody said this, and it was very true. They said, if you want to work and have a job, then you have to. If you have to pay bills and you have to live in that way, then yeah, you have to have this job. If you want to live in this way that's based on you having a job, it sounds a little bit strange, but then you have to do that. By the very nature of your course, your choice. You're not setting yourself up for retirement, you're setting yourself up for working until you die. By the nature of how you're choosing to live. So if you dare to be open to living a different way, then of course there's different options that aren't based in you working like that and living like that. But if you have this attachment, not to speak of your kind of low IQ or your addictions or your things like that, then you have to live that way. And if you do have to live that way, seemingly, then make it into something rich and healthy and wealthy and develop that. That's what the first thing came to mind. Well, get your CDL, William Thurman. Get your IQ score up by following along with Dr. Rob. I'll give you blessings for you to become more intelligent. And don't just go into this kind of complacency and passivity, get into being a long-haul truck driver, get some money in your pocket. It can be a very good way to live. Who cares if you take some Adderall? And start, supporting Dr. Rob because he gave you blessings and allowed your IQ score to increase, your general intelligence to increase. Okay, and that's very real, and that's what will happen. If I deem it to be happened and you're receptive enough, then your IQ score will increase. That's non-duality for you. That's real non-duality. And I told them that's what I was talking with these. If only I'd break it into principles, because I also just wanted to fucking get in there and bully them and manipulate them and just show off and show them that my fire burns hotter than theirs does and that I should be in their position. And if they had any integrity at all, they would platform me and they would say, this is my teacher. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to go in there and I wanted to fucking disrupt and protest. And that's exactly what I did. And I embarrassed them in front of, because that's also something that I want to develop here in this community. I want you to be perceptive. I want you not just to say, okay, Dr. Rob's our guy, we support him, this Shiva guy is, whoever he is, he's just scum. I want you to see with your own eyes that he's lower than me, that his clarity is lower than mine, that his subtlety is lower than mine, that his relationship with awareness is lower than mine. You see what I'm saying? And Shiva doesn't care about that. He wants people to stay in that track, right? If I encounter somebody and they are more specific and more subtle and more whatever, I want you to recognize that. I want you to reach out to me and say, Dr. Rob, I want the same thing for him, but he's not going to have any success on his 10-day Vipassana retreat. He's just going to sit there whining and whinging and pretending to be spiritual. I know the deal. And it turns out that the last 10-day Vipassana retreat he went to wasn't even a real 10-day Vipassana retreat. It's some weird scam artist, millionaire, fake spiritual guy, and he loves those kind of guys because that's the kind of guy that he is. And I'm worried about the kind of energies that he's bringing into my home as he's staying up until 7 a.m, not sleeping and meditating with some kind of fake Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You wouldn't believe it, Shelley, the kind of thing that what he was doing in my house last night, let alone what I was doing in my house last night. You would not believe it, Shelley. He sat here for hours and was listening to this character. I don't want to go into it, but this is not a cult of personality. This is a cult of concern with the best of the best. And I don't agree There is an audience here. There is attraction here. And how disconnected people are from social media and what it means to actually understand the metrics and stuff. If they're just scrolling through my channel and they see these hundreds of views or thousands of views, why aren't they stepping up and taking responsibility? Why is Ajahn Nisabo not reaching out to me? Shame on these people. You know, I was on a warpath. I had too much to drink. And some of his energies coming, that frustration that comes from, well, he's not undervalued. He's probably overvalued. But that frustration that just comes from not being seen and received and taken care of and appreciated. I protested in the Clear Mountain Monastery live stream. I protested in the Alexis Non-Duality live stream. And I went into the Zoom meeting actually. And I also went over to the Zen Center of Regensburg. What's that fuck's name? That Korean guy, American Korean guy. Zen Center Regensburg. Who is that? You are such a fucking loser, Rudra Sharko Jabai. The Zen Center of Regensburg. What the fuck is that guy's name? That scumbag. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Let it go. And I said, this guy, if you want to go train there, you better be ready to spend thousands of dollars. And even me, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and I reached out and I tried to apply, and I didn't even get a call back. I don't believe in it. I don't agree with it. It's equality without discernment. It's systems built on this notion of equality without discernment being a necessity, because this is just the world that we live in. And that's what Ajahn Nisabo was talking about too last night in that little live stream. The fuck that he is. The pussy that he is. Ajahn Nisabo, you're a fucking pussy compared to me. You're afraid of me. You're intimidated by me. And not because I'm a fucking lunatic. Because I'm fucking more potent than you. And what he said was, the Abhigiri monastery is allowed to have people stay overnight because they're very far outside of the city. But our monastery is just going to be 40 minutes outside of the city because we want to be very accessible. And it's only going to be $6 million. And that means because it's closer that we can't just have people spending the night. It's going to be crazy over there. So, this is mainly just for the monks, and maybe a couple years later, we'll have the big hall for maybe 200, 300 people, and everybody can come hang out, and there's going to be a library, and he's building his own retreat center. Ajahn Nisabo is building a retreat center for himself. He's not in a position as a young monastic, frankly, to be doing this by himself. It's too much responsibility. And he is not equipped, even though he's collaborating with these other people. And I don't agree with it. But I do support it. Limited for limited's sake. It has to be limited. Yeah, in a park and trails. He's talking about all that stuff. If you're in Seattle in a few years, it should be a great place. But I'm a different kind of character. I take a different kind of approach. And everybody says, Dr. Rob, you could never be objective because really you're just seeking and wanting. And you want more people to follow you, and you want more money, and you want more of this and more. I say no. Why can't we take a position of awareness and have a conversation about this? If somebody reaches out to me and says, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and I'd like to have a conversation on your channel about non-duality, you will fucking accept that, and you will fucking do that. Are you out of your goddamn mind? If a former Buddhist monk of 7 years reaches out to your monastery and your meditation center and says, I would like to come and train with you, you fucking put on a fucking leash and a BDSM mask and you fucking walk yourself down to my feet and you talk to me about my desire and my need to train and to practice and to be supported. That's reality. That's the truth. And if I, some schizophrenic freak, loser, irrelevant scumbag to spirituality and spiritual community can hold that kind of principle, why the fuck can't you? It's ridiculous. Why can a fucking Osho level fucking original 60s fucking meditation monk freak level person be coming to America to teach about mindfulness and detachment and fucking communist values and building spiritual community, and he can't get a fucking room in the door with even a fucking meditation center with some fucking disassociated fake Vipassana freak that doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about, let alone a well-established monastery and tradition. Because of how contrived they are and self-fixated they are and how attached to rites and rituals they are. And I can't put this into words in a way to talk with people instead of just calling them up and saying, go fuck yourself, you fucking scum. If I can do it, why can't you? If I can heal, why can't you? Fucking scumbags. Don't even get me started on the fucking fake left and the fake communist agenda in America. Fucking fetishists. And what they're training, what Ajahn Nisabo is training and generally teaching with this project and plan is to create a group of Western fetishists, Buddhist fetishists, to take them up a level from armchair Buddhists to Buddhist fetishists. It's not the Ajahn Chah tradition. It has nothing to do with the Ajahn Chah tradition. It has nothing to do with training monks. You're not allowed to do what they're doing in the Ajahn Chah tradition. They're starting a new tradition with 2 people and a bunch of disassociated white people that want to go from being an armchair Buddhist to a Buddhist fetishist. It's a joke. Everybody wants to start their own thing instead of their capacity to start their own thing being a position for collaboration, for communication, for offering mutual protection. Look at that, Shiva.
Yeah, that's what you call anxiety.
And I'm all out of shisha juice. Hey, isn't that your name? And but they're saying they're not going to deliver because it's New Year's, a New Year's holiday. You kidding me? And this is a child in me. Somebody reached out recently and said, Dr. Rob is the embodiment of childhood trauma. And I love that. That's beautiful. We need empowered, individuated embodiments of childhood trauma in the modern world. Not some fucking fake Jake Paul, fucking phony spiritual teacher, content creator, podcast bullshit. We need embodiments of childhood trauma. We need patriarchs of childhood trauma. Ajahn Nisabo is not that good. He's not that deep. He's quite good. He's all right. You know, I like Ajahn Nisabo. But he's not that good. And just because he's got hundreds of people following and fucking $5 million doesn't mean anything, because Americans don't have any standards for spirituality. You need $6 million to stay in a hut for your long-term plan as a young monk? You're arrogant. You need to go back to Ajahn Chah tradition where you came from, and you need to follow that system. This guy's on the run from his community. He's on the run from the Ajahn Chah tradition. And now he's trying to leverage his wealthy parents, which is what's happening, for him to start his own little meditation center in his own little tradition, because he couldn't cut it in the Ajahn Chah tradition. You are not allowed to do what he's doing in the Ajahn Chah tradition. I proclaim that. Once you're tuned in with wealthy people, they just send a bunch of money. The fact that he's clamoring and whining for $300,000 or $600,000 in the next 3 months means that he's not good at fundraising, frankly. You're struggling for $6 million in Seattle with all the connections that all the people that have your wealthy parents and friends have told to do interviews with you on your channel. We've got to be strong and deeper than Shiva Kailash Shambho. The reason that I'm allowing him to be here as an example for what you need to be above. You need to meet this level or be above this level to be around me. This is the standard. And he walks the line. You should have seen him at 5 a.m. while I'm going to the toilet, and he's got a full-on orange LED light facing him as he's sitting there sweating, facing some guy with face tattoos talking about how to get women and how to leverage technology for spirituality. You would not believe what I'm being willing to put up with here. Can you imagine having somebody that looks like that on your couch? And as you wake up at 7 a.m. in the morning or 8 a.m. in the morning, he's looking at you in a disassociated state and saying, I haven't slept yet. Can you imagine that? And my compassion and my kindness, that all I say is, may you rest well, may you have a good rest. This is not a large home, okay? I'm a stingy fuck, okay? Underpaid or whatever. I didn't get the 2-bedroom, whatever. It wasn't really that. It just, I got swindled. I got swindled. But it was the view that got me. The river view. That's a nature view. That's a view for an anagami. I mean, what are we talking about here? Ajahn Nisabo needs $6 million to buy property 40 minutes outside of Seattle. Now, what is he, the fucking Jesus? Is he the patriarch of the West? What is he doing? Take that $6 million and build a fucking place in Thailand or India or wherever. And tell those fucks in Seattle to come to wherever, as far as I'm concerned. Too much pride, too much arrogance, too much selfishness. And Ajahn Kavillo, shame on you for just tucking your tail and following behind him. Ajahn Covillo's got no idea what's going on. Ajahn Covillo is in a disassociated, zombified state, and he's being manipulated and dragged along on a BDSM chain by Ajahn Nisabo. And you know what this guy had the gall to say? And I'll come out after Deer Park Monastery as well. You know what this guy had the gall to say? He said, and maybe a few years down the line, we'll have a Children's Day once a month or once every few months. The fact of the matter is that I have higher standards than them. And they don't meet my standards. I will become a patriarch. And if you want to stop me, if you want to troll me, you better hurry up and you better make it bad. Because the direction that I'm going, I will look down from the mountaintop and I will strike you with lightning and thunder if you have even a thought of interfering with my work or my path. And Kai, your problem is that you're not a good donor. That's your problem, Kai. You're shameless. You are totally shameless. And you do not hold the banner of my lineage and my tradition, Kai. You need to become a regular, simple donor. You're not much of a practitioner. As far as I know, you're not much of a volunteer. So you need to become a regular and simple donor. And me and you need to come together and we need to figure out a monthly donation plan for you. Because these comments, Kai, are not it. Your energy is... You stink. Let me put it that way. You stink.
lý thông minh đang nghe máy thay chủ thuê bao. Xin lưu ý cuộc gọi này sẽ được tính theo cước phí thoại thông thường ạ.
Hello?
Dạ, em là tính năng trợ lý ảo của nhà mạng Việt Nam Mobile đang nghe máy giúp chủ thuê bao ạ.
Hello?
Dạ, hiện tại thì có thể máy của
Hello?
chủ thuê bao đang ngoài vùng phủ sóng ạ. Dạ,
Hello?
chị cần hỗ trợ gì không ạ?
Hello?
Thoải mái nhắn nhủ với em nhé.
Hello? Xin chào.
Dạ, hoặc là anh chị muốn gửi lời gì tới chủ thuê bao thì em sẽ hỗ trợ ạ.
Xin chào.
Dạ, vậy không biết là anh chị cần em hỗ trợ về vấn đề gì nữa đây ạ?
Chúc mừng năm mới. Chúc mừng năm mới.
Dạ, nếu không còn gì thì em sẽ kết thúc cuộc gọi ở đây ạ. Và xin chuyển lời lại cuộc gọi này giúp mình ạ. Em xin chào ạ.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Is this the hookah shisha?
We don't have system.
Can you delivery shisha?
Sorry, wait a minute. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, how may I help you?
Can you delivery for the shisha juice? Tobacco juice.
Shisha, sir.
What?
We don't sell shisha.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you sell? What shop is this?
This one's like a cocktail bar. A cocktail bar?
Oh, you don't sell the tobacco leaf.
No.
Okay. You sure?
Yep.
But so if I come there, I cannot use a hookah.
If you want, you can come here.
But you cannot send delivery for the hookah juice.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Maybe hookah is illegal in Vietnam or something. Well, I guess that's our teachings for today, everybody.
How come you decided not to go to the arm wrestling meetup?
There is no decision. There's never been a decision. There's no one to decide anything. No one has ever made a decision. Just impersonal cause and effect only.
What causes led to those effects?
What particles are currently on the tip of your eyes? That's the same question, same principle. So you don't know. You don't know. And I don't know either. And there's no way that anybody could know, because somebody is just an idea.
Everything forgiven. No matter if it is narrow or wide, just step back and not step back altogether with everything. It's not stay with either wide or narrow, no matter how wide or how narrow. Just step back from stepping back, and it will extinguish altogether, both wide and narrow. No matter if there is a limit or no limit, step back from both step back, not step back, and it will extinguish without limit. With and without limit, extinguish altogether. It will extinguish altogether, with and without limit. Whatever it is, just step back, both step back, not step back. Beyond body, mind, in a way that extinguish body, mind altogether. Everything means great compassion. Open widely. Don't have to contain. Don't have to be afraid if it is going to be right or wrong. Open widely and step back from step back and not step back. In the middle of narrow or wide, in the middle in a way that you step back from step back, not step back. And it wouldn't be anything in being in the middle or not being in the middle. In the middle of narrow, wide, near, far, in a way that step back from step back and not step back. In a way that not grasping, both grasping, not grasping. And it wouldn't mean anything in being narrow or wide. Wouldn't be anything in being near or far. No matter, no limit it is. Be in a way that step back from step back, not step back. So it extinguishes in a way that there is no limit. It's not in a way that you have to struggle trying to have no limit, no matter how limit or no limit, in a way that step back from step back, not step back, together with everything, to extinguish all together in the middle of limit and no limit. Even being normal, no exception. In the middle of being normal, step back from step back, not step back. Make conclusion to extinguish, and it wouldn't mean anything in being normal or not normal. Even indifferent or stillness, no exceptions. In the middle of still, not still. In a way of step back from step back, not step back. And it wouldn't mean anything in being still or not still. Whatever it is, be in the middle of everything in a way that you step back from step back, not step back. All and everything together the same way. And it wouldn't mean anything in being in the middle. That is to extinguish, dissolve without a trace. Whatever it is, just step back from step back, not step back altogether.
I mean, we have to bring an end. We have to bring an end to this notion and this idea that we understand everything. We do not. You do not. I do not understand everything. Yes, but I understand this. Well, what is this? Why are you unwilling to have a conversation about what this is? Because selfishness and you holding on to your understanding needs to perpetuate itself compulsively. But I Googled Buddhism. Well, I created an AI image of myself putting my foot up your ass. So now that's magically real? So we have to kind of be a little bit fair in a certain sense. Everybody, right here and right now.
Why do we take but never give back? What should we feel when our time runs
I'm just waiting for it to turn itself inside out. That song is so good, isn't it? The vibes are immaculate. And once it turns itself inside out, the whole world is going to be on notice. And anybody believes in anything like that is a fool. And knowing that all things come to an end. We need not be inspired to struggle. And instead, we can retire today. I think a lot of people maybe ask that question. Hey, Dr. Rob, why don't you teach people to meditate? Why don't you teach meditation? Hello, Dr. Rob, are you going to respond to that? What I mean by that, Kai, if Kai is still here, is that these comments are not good donations. You need to make good donations, good, regular donations. Otherwise, when you call me and you talk about, giving up your life or something like that, that's not realistic. You tell me how much money you have in your bank account. I'll tell you how much to donate monthly, Kai. I'll help you out. I'll support you in that way. But this is not a laughing matter. This is not a game matter. It's not a matter of a game. So you message me on WhatsApp. We'll go from there. But we're not going to keep playing this game, Kai. You're a 60-year-old man. You know better than that. Plenty of hopeless 60-year-old men in the world. So I'm not worried about losing one of them. Because I don't want to be seen that way anyway. I don't like that. I spent years being seen that way and related to that way, and, I don't like that. And then when I actually, ask those people to create a nonprofit, they didn't really help that much. So I'm not interested to be seen though. Okay, everybody, are you ready to have a guided meditation where you visualize colors in your mind to activate your creativity? You ready for that? How much you gonna pay for it? And I'm not trying to talk down to anybody about liking that. I like that too, but just that this is not the point. And, what if there is no point? How are you going to deal with that? And to deal with that now. Kai, how about you meditate when you watch these live streams instead of thinking about things to say? Just stick with you being fucked up. That's a lot more practical. Just stay with, I'm fucked up. Don't worry about what a monk is, or being a monk, or getting enlightened, or even helping yourself. Just sit there and breathe with and be with, I am fucked up. People are generally a lot more stupid than they think that they are. I'm not saying everybody's going around thinking that they're intelligent, but maybe going around and thinking that they're like reasonable in some way. Probably not. You're probably not reasonable. What was your relationship with your parents? Have you ever had a mentor in your life? Well, there's the real Kai exposing himself. So you go dig your little hole in Hawaii and, you fuck off somewhere, Kai. You're done. You're confused. You became confused a while ago. I don't know if it was weeks ago or months ago, but you seem to have developed months ago, but you seem to have developed this kind of arrogance and this kind of self-position that's very stupid and irreverent and nonchalant. Well, who are you? You're just another username, as far as I'm concerned. You need to take responsibility for your attention and your retention, and stop disassociating. Three words: bank, account, details. Send me how much money you have, and I'll tell you how much money to send a month. Okay? Wow. how to make your fart smell stronger. Why stop at achieving your goals? You know, it's like people get these weird ideas in these circles, you know, that you've somehow created a position for yourself. What position have you created? You haven't created anything. You haven't earned anything. Do you know how we get positions here? Through self-sacrifice. I'm not attached to your money. You're attached to your money, you fucking idiot. And you will send me monthly donations according to a percentage of your overall resources monthly. Don't step in. This is something that he has to hear and he has to go through. You have fallen behind, Kai, in your monthly contributions and donations. You have fallen behind. Isn't this interesting? Isn't this exciting? Don't you feel wet in a certain way? Don't you feel engorged in a certain way? It is disappointing, isn't it? R124233. Do not expect that you will sit on my back and go for a piggyback ride as a middle-aged man. So as a man above 50 years old, as a man above 40 years old. They know, the people here who are following know better than to expose themselves or to take a position here. Because my mind is like a heat-seeking missile to your ego. And Kai Rasa is the target. So have you heard from Adi? Yeah, give him a call. I think he'll pick up.
He blocked me, but you can't call.
He changed. He unblocked you for sure.
Okay.
Because he said that he was changing his life and stuff. See, he unblocked you. Well, you're very loved. There's a lot of love to go around here, okay? He's probably literally just downstairs walking around making a video. Me and Shiva were joking because this guy, Adi, he came here with Shiva, and then they were going to stay here and then get a place together, but he said, I need to be alone. I need to cut off contact with Shiva. And I think he was definitely in the right, because Shiva, when his energy is not contained and when he's not being manipulated like a puppet, like he is currently with me, is very dangerous, very problematic. And so, and just dumb, you know, I'm not saying that he's wrathful or he's just stupid. And I can relate to that. Not really, but I don't want to put him out on in terms of his ego. And this Adi guy said, you know, I'm leaving, I'm going no contact. But then we were looking at his videos and he's literally downstairs, like making vlogs, like downstairs from my apartment, from my house. So we just thought that was kind of funny. You know, he's literally downstairs. And where are you? Where are you literally right now? The person watching. Okay. Trust me, don't trust me. That's your business. That's not my business. Okay? Does everybody here understand that? Donate to me, don't donate to me. That's your business. That's your problem. That's got nothing to do with me. Everyone here understand that? What are we talking about here? What do you think's going on here? Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. And Shiva, could you go out and grab me some opiates from the pharmacy?
Do you have a prescription?
No.
That's very curious.
Well, it's not like Mexico. It's not the same as Mexico. In the mind. What's going on? Wait a minute. I'm starting to enter the hollow sphere. Be very careful what you say, everyone. I may have a panic attack. The dominoes are beginning to fall. I may be entering into cessation.
Mute your mic.
I am literally having a hollow sphere experience right now. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. It's getting hot. That nobody knows anything is just equal to everyone knowing everything. Can somebody help me through this nightmare? I can't escape myself. If only you could see the light inside of me, this animal I have become. This is the transitional conflux I was talking about. This is the transitional conflux that I was talking about. I don't know what it means. Does it need to mean something? They've done some studies, and what they've actually found out upon doing these brain scans using the psychedelics or perhaps meditative experiences is that the psychedelic effect is in fact a release of contraction in the brain, in the nervous system, in the mind. That you are in a constant state of tension and contraction to perpetuate that time that I spent in the hollow sphere. And someone asked, someone said, to what degree can the mind have an impact on the environment, especially with other human beings? I mean, We're not talking about killing chickens. Seeking for the next thing and another thing and another thing, right? This is not about getting high. This is about a transformational conflux taking place in placeless awareness. There's a very subtle, energetic transmission and field taking place here, right now. Most people are not sensitive enough or subtle enough to experience that field, the Buddha field. Why is that feeling bad? You'll have to go to its origin. What is the origin of the feeling currently happening? Focusing on one point for hours is not as good or as right as a single moment of not focusing on no point. Because there's something strange about me being able to read my own mind. But you can't read my mind. But you are always me as awareness. So this sense of self or this sense of me is kind of, there's a feeling of separation based on this apparency of reading my own mind. And that this is somehow not shared. And yet everything seems to be shared. And there is this notion that this could be my mind, these could be my thoughts, and that I will be held responsible for these thoughts with support, with a lack of support, kai rasa. You better hope you don't have money, buddy. I'm serious. I'm not joking around with him. If he's got a bunch of money, he's in big trouble. And the way that he's been gallivanting around like a fool for a while now, that may very well be the case. And if he's a homeless 60-year-old bum, good for him. But so these words and phrases are falling into or returning of this transitional conflux that is pointless. This is very dangerous. This is very inappropriate. This is very taboo. This space should not be allowed to happen. And yet, there is an open door, a gateless gate, as we call it. Shiva's starting to get uncomfortable, as he should. He's moving away slowly, trying to empathize with me as another human being by smiling. Where are you going?
I haven't had enough of this. You can keep all my stuff. I'm going to Canada.
We're going to cook tonight, so don't eat too much. The champion! Yeah! Noble Sangha, diligently bring your mind into meditation. Namo Shakyamunaya Buddhaya. Namo Shakyamunaya Buddhaya. Namo Shakyamunaya Buddhaya. Who is he is watching? I'm not a woman, am I? So am I watching? Am I watching pornography on my free time? Are you? Who? 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 Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is it the sound that an owl makes? Is it Santa's cry? Who says that that's cheery? Who says that that's not how Santa expresses trauma? Ho, 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 ho. In Santa's language, maybe that means help me. I've been trapped in a transformational conflux under the wishes and directives of Lucifer himself, the evil eye.
để mà nói ra những lời chân thành, liệu có khó quá không? Rồi lại dối nhau với bao lời vô tâm, vội vàng che đi những vết thương, để rồi những câu chữ đã nói ra dần dần sẽ cho chính ta những lời giả dối, âm thầm lôi làm những vết thương thật dối trong lòng, để rồi lạc lối, cứ tưởng rằng mọi thứ xung quanh vô tâm với ta, lời nói vẫn gì chỉ là câu cùng. Vậy sao ta hay dùng để làm đau nhau, lời nói những thứ tâm ta không phục, ta nói cho cha đã chân thật với người, hãy nói ra những lời chân thành, dù có quá tốn công, đừng dối nhau với bao lời vô tâm, sẽ phải che đi những vết thương, và lại những câu chữ đã nói ra hiện tại vẫn còn chính ta, những lời lạc lối, âm thầm chạy với những nỗi đau thật dấu trong lòng, thế rồi xa xôi, cứ tưởng rằng ta không bao giờ là với chính ta, lời nói có gì chẳng là câu cùng, tại sao ta phải dùng để làm đau nhau, lời nói những thứ tất cả là không phục, ta nói cho cha đã chân thật với người. Thương ai như thể thương ta, thương thân như thể thương em.
I'm a saint. I'm literally a fucking saint. I am literally a fucking
I couldn't
saint.
keep a straight face on that one.
I'm literally a saint.
My God, we have stand-up
I
comedian.
am literally a saint.
Man,
and
he's
I'm
such a
allowing, hold on for a second, I'm
stand-up
allowing
comedian.
the scum of planet Earth, the lowest fucking discombobulated, disassociated, freak people on the planet to be around me. I am literally a fucking saint. I'm a saint. I'm literally a fucking saint.
Money, anybody?
Is it real?
The crown jewels of Buddhism: equanimity, equipoise. As Joseph Goldstein says, looking at the earthbound madness through the lens of Venus, who's the goddess of love. But upekkha is not a indifference. The etymology is a careful watching, and many of you heard me talk about this before, but I think equipoise is the perfect simile, or the perfect word for it, because when a dancer is poised, it's because they're waiting for the next motion of music. They're waiting for one of the other three Brahma Viharas to become available, where there's an opening for love, or karuna, compassion, or mudita, rejoicing. But in that moment, just holding still at one center, and noticing that this, as a paramita to perfect, is in and of itself very meaningful and maybe very relevant for people. It almost always is, with their life, with politics, with family, and more. Can you keep the heart centered, warm heart? Cool head. So, coming to this new year, wish you all the best cultivating these paramitas. Like Ajahn Kovilu said, we get 10.
Because why are you and who are you to say that this aspect of human experience that's very deep, such as fear, anxiety, is wrong or bad? It means that you're creating a paradigm of wrongness and badness in your mind that is then going to bend you over its fucking knees and spank you to death, literally. So if we can't confront anxiety, if we can't confront the hollow sphere of psychosis, of schizophrenia, of fear, we don't want to be crazy, right? It just means we don't want to be sick. We don't want to be mentally sick. Well, guess what? You don't have a choice. And what you can't grasp is that anxiety is just a precursor to terror. And there's nothing more terrifying to the self than death. Now, when you live on the edge, when you're a warrior, well, maybe you're not afraid of death, or it seems that way, allegedly, right? A fearless warrior. But you're not a fearless warrior. You're a content cuck. You're a consumer. You're a prince and a princess and a queen and a king. There's nothing more terrifying to you than the end of your reign. And you don't even have a reign anyway. It's just fucking bullshit raining on your face and it tastes sweet to you. We've learned to appreciate the taste of shit. That's why you need to taste your own shit to learn what shit actually tastes like. Sadhguru said that. That's a quote from Sadhguru. And Ascending Guru, I've seen the comments that you've made on Shiva's channel and stuff. You're a nightmare, man or lady. Whoever you are, whatever you are, is nightmarish and horrible. And you need to detach from your own understanding, seriously, because you're in a bad way and you're a dangerous, crazy person. You need to take refuge in real Dharma masters. Yeah. This is why people get fat.
It gives you all 12 months plus 2 extra. And good luck.
Handamayam Dhammakataya Sadukaram Dadamase.
Sadhu, 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 anumodami. So we want to open up for questions, and people can feel free to comment or ask about the talk or anything on their minds, but we realize we spoke about something very important last week about the land and the possible movement of Clear Mountain eventually to land. And we want to just invite people, if they have questions about land and the process going forward, this is also a time you can ask about those. And before that...
Yeah, they're modern monks. They're great. They're fantastic. They really know what they're doing in a lot of ways. They're smart, high IQ. But the Ajahn Kovilo guy is not really there.
Where's that?
This guy here. You can see, if you look at their faces, you can see the difference. The recognition. Hold on, everybody. You'll see in a sec. 28. Yeah, enjoy.
To open up for questions, and people can feel free to comment or ask about the talk or anything on their minds, but we realize we spoke about something very important last week about the land and the possible movement of Clear Mountain eventually
You can see,
to...
if you look at the eyes from the Ajahn Nisabo on the left, you see kind of a very recognizing awareness. But this guy always looks like he's looking at something. You see, he looks like he's looking at something. He's not looking at anything. And this person, I don't know why they're sitting up there, but they're meditating, I guess.
Land. And we want to just invite people, if they have questions about land and the process going forward, this is also a time you can ask about those. And before that, Anagarika, Virginia, do you have anything to comment on the paramitas? Just to put you on the spot a little bit.
I think they're so practical and so doable because, yeah, there's such a range that we've already experienced in life of doing them really well and doing them okay and not doing them well at all, and so maybe we already feel familiar with them to a certain extent, and so yeah, maybe a little more reachable than some of the other things we experience around Dhamma. I don't know. So yeah, really helpful for me. Thank you for the talk, both of you. Mm-hmm. Oh, anybody else?
Okay, got another one. Yeah, so if anybody has questions, you can raise your hand. And also on Zoom. Yeah, Jin, please.
Why are the parami delineated as spiritual priorities from the Brahma Viharas?
I don't know. One thing to note is the Buddha divided up the pie in many different ways. There's an interesting quote. Someone says, Abhidhamma is the Buddha creating is the periodic table, but the Buddha was teaching us how to bake an apple pie, you know. But he divides up the wholesome chitta, the wholesome heart in different ways on different moments. And so there's moments where talking about the 4 Brahma Viharas is really the useful metric, you know, that's what you're focused on, and that resonance is salient. But there's other times where, like, you're just dealing with a really difficult boss, and Metta's not doing it. Karuna's not doing it. Upekkha sounds great, but I don't even know what that means. But patience, I can touch patience. So for me, what the paramitas are, they're a really grounded, practical, important list. We had one member of the community who was going to ordain, and then he had family duties, which meant he couldn't. But instead of kind of giving up hope, of practicing, he said, what I did was that I determined to live my life here as beautifully as I could, and I took the 3 first paramitas almost as a mantra. How much can I give? How ethically can I live? How much can I give up? Renunciation. And so for me, they're just really accessible and important to have language for. But that word metta, like the flavors of metta are all 4 Brahma Viharas. So it's hidden in there. But the Buddhist teaching is a bunch of fractals. They expand out into all the others to some extent. And I think someone's locked out of the gym, so maybe we could let them into. Jen, how does that land? And any other thoughts? Okay.
I just had a question because I'm kind of hard of hearing. The field trips, I know you're taking one today to the land, and then did you say every 3rd Saturday or every 1st?
I think we said every 1st and 3rd. And so we might update that, but I think that'll be our plan for the next, up through March 22nd.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Greg.
Can you explain why the parami are always in this order when they're explained? Aren't they always in this order, yes?
Yeah, they are usually in this order. Usually it is an interesting ordering. Usually in different lists, wisdom is the last. But also equanimity is also the last. Equanimity is the last in the list of 7 bojjhangas. The last in the 4 Brahma Viharas. Wisdom's the last in the 5 powers, the 5 faculties, Sila, Samadhi, Panya. But this was, the Buddha didn't, like the earliest strata of text, you don't find this list. You find it in kind of paracanonical texts which emerged some centuries after the time of the Buddha. But this is the traditional list. And
that list better not start with generosity or he's in big trouble. And that's a dumb answer. Unless you're trying to make fetishists. If you're trying to teach the Dhamma, that's a stupid answer. That's a ridiculous answer.
There's some great chants. If you just look up parami or paramita chanting, there's some really beautiful chants that go through this list in this order. And boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
I might also just add I think part of it, a lot of the lists, when Longpo Pasano was translating in Europe for Longpo Panya, he'd think he got all the things correctly, but Longpo Panya would say, you didn't get the order right. The order is important. And it's true, like often there are these hidden messages in the ordering. And for example, with the 7 enlightenment factors, you have, sati.
And he's always doing this. Ajahn Nisabo is always spanking Ajahn Kovila in public and, overstepping him and all these kinds of things. He's always doing that. He's always doing that. That's a part of their thing.
Mindfulness, Dhammavichaya, investigation of Dhammas, energy, joy, and then you have passaddhi, tranquility of body, ease, happiness. And there's this progression where it's the active qualities leading to the effect, the afterglow, samadhi, tranquility. And there's a similar progression here, like Ajahn Kovila said, the first 5 are very accessible, things you can do, you can give. It's so simple. You can hold good morality. And then there is a progression to like those more subtle qualities at the end, like equanimity and
You got me very good when you went to the door and you said, because I was in the hollow sphere, and then you said that, you gave me a shock.
More to come. These are, in some sense, you put forth the effort, and then the Buddha's giving you a way to understand what you're tasting as the afterglow or resonance, and like making much of that and emphasizing that as well. So I think that's part of the progression. Is I find the first are very accessible and things you can do, and the latter are more qualities. At least that's how I've thought about it sometimes, but I'm not sure either. So,
has anybody memorized the list yet?
And I'll tell you right now, I can see those robes. Those are nice robes. 100% cotton, high thread count, great color, very soft fabrics, luxurious fabrics, luxurious robes. It is true, though. It is true.
They wash them with like redwood.
Well, they might hand wash them. I don't know.
Anybody? All right, Doug. I would throw this at you. These are made out of wood, people. They're wood. It's not just cardboard. So if anybody else memorizes it, you can be the next wooden heart person. We're going to give this to you. Actually, you already got one, Doug. But yeah. If anyone memorizes the list, you get a wooden heart.
It's like a monk ninja style.
So my question has to do with something that happened to Ajahn Kovalo earlier this year. I'm right here, and you could stop me if it's not a good question. But
he was walking around earlier this year, Ajahn Kovilo, in Seattle or whatever, and somebody whooped his ass. Some street thug, probably, some freak in the street, some homeless bum, attacked him. He got his ass whooped.
when you described that attack on you, like some of these things that you're now talking about, it seems like you were immediately drawing upon. And I've heard that some people say that Buddhism is really close to psychology, like the best type of psychology. And so my question for you, if you feel comfortable answering it, is did you think that's the type of event that many of us would take decades to digest? And do you feel like that you took care of a lot of it that night?
Yeah, thank you. I was just March 28th, 2025. I was kind of punched in the stomach and put in a headlock and thrown on the ground and kind of got beat up. Just got beat up downtown Seattle. And it was in the end of our winter retreat. So I'd been meditating for basically 2 months straight and was able to go back after getting beat up and just do another couple weeks of meditation. And when it came up, I was just so primed. The heart was just so juicy with, I wasn't specifically practicing with the paramis, but certainly loving kindness is a daily practice. And all of these, they just are the bread and butter of a monastic life, of hopefully any kind of Buddhist or spiritual life. And you just have so many mirrors around you in a...
Look at Ajahn Nisabo's face right here. He's not really listening to him. He's kind of... It's almost like he's listening to someone tell a story that is not factual. And you can see that. Watch.
Monastery or spiritual community that are just reminding you of these things, the chants we do every single day, the meditations we do. So I really definitely feel like I was receiving the fruit of that. Because I didn't plan for it to happen, and I didn't know what was going to happen. It didn't. I don't. It does seem like it hasn't left scars, and certainly didn't leave physical scars. So, yeah.
Because this is one of those things where we have a self-fixated. Also, we're not Asian, so we can't pretend to be Asian, right? We can't pretend to come from an Asian culture or whatever. Asian psychology is not the same. So when you talk about wisdom, and I've talked about this before, the teacher can't be authentic with you. And I don't want to pull Shiva into this because he's not relevant here. He's not involved with this. But like my teacher, Sayadaw Uttamatara, he can't be authentic with me because his authenticity is not based in a self. So if you're looking or seeing from the view of a self and authenticity in that way, you're not going to be able to receive that authenticity. So it's not based in words and phrases. And this is more cult building or Buddhist propagation, less than Dharma exhortation in certain ways, certain aspects, which is very necessary to help people.
Definitely lists like this and other Buddhist lists really came quite quickly, but especially metta. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Please, Matt.
How about the land? Okay. What I've heard from a good number of people, I just want to represent that here, is how is that going to affect us? What's going to change? How long will we continue to be here? What's the plan for the future? Will you let us inside over there? Or, I don't know, so just kind of, a number of people have asked those questions of me, and I said, I have no idea.
Yeah, that was the question I was hoping would come up. Thank you, Matt. Who's kind of had that cross their mind at some point ever? Yeah. So I know we addressed this in the previous descriptions of the land, but this will most likely be the largest forested forest monastery near a large metropolitan area in at least North America. And part of the reason it's taken so long was because we wanted it to be within 30 to 50 minutes of here. This is our landmark. And in the end, the North Bend property is about 40 minutes away, which we were pretty delighted about, and that was hard to find. But that quality was sacred because
we need to see what is the physical location that they're at now, and where is the location of this monastery. We need to see on Google Maps, is it actually 40 minutes away? Is it 45 minutes away? Is it 35 minutes away? I don't know. You could probably ask ChatGPT or Gemini. Let's see.
Would you like banh mi?
Enjoy. Okay, I need to know where the Clear Mountain Monastery project, they've found land around North Bend, and they also meet together at a church or a kind of gymnasium, and I need to know how far is that gymnasium from the land that is expected to be purchased in the very near future.
The Clear Mountain Monastery project currently holds an offer on 90 acres of land near North Bend, Washington, which is about 32 miles east of Seattle. The purchase is still in a due diligence period, so a specific address is not public. The group meets for meditation and teaching at Amistad School's Skinner Auditorium, located at 1501 10th Ave E, Seattle, 98102. Because the precise location of the land is not known, the exact distance cannot be calculated.
Seen with other monasteries is if it's an hour or two out, people can get there once a month, or if they're retired, they can get there if they're really devoted, or they'll say they'll get there twice a month or once a week, and
I just don't. It's not my sensibility, it's not my tonality to try and bring this religious Buddhist institution to the West. Even Thich Nhat Hanh has been hardly successful in doing that. And so, these guys doing that, propping themselves up as being a part of the Ajahn Chah tradition, which is really not accurate because they're not allowed to do that in the Ajahn Chah tradition. They're not senior enough. They're not, and it wouldn't make sense for a young monk to be doing that anyway. And they're doing it in this very limited capacity where you have two monks that are supposedly from the forest dwelling tradition. That, 10 years, okay, it's a long time, but I was almost a monk for 10 years, and look at me. So, and now they're asking for $6 million to build a monastery outside of Seattle, and they've already raised most of it. It's just not. I think that it's misguided, and there's too much personal ego in it, and too much hope in it. When even, what is it to make Western people Asian in relationship to their monastic lives, which could be good. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to do that. I'm not saying I don't support it, but I think there's a limitedness in it that is very, very problematic. And I really do agree with that. And I even reached out to them back when I was a monk, and I said, coming and helping with Sayadaw, and Sayadaw coming out there, and, they were a little bit hesitant about that. So, meaning they said, if you guys come out here, you can come and join the show, but we're not going to support organizing that. So if they're not supporting organizing that because someone doesn't fit into their contrived traditionality, then, how is it going to be for the children and all these Western people that are, trying to become Asian Buddhists? Because it really, there's such a restructuring that has to take place for that to happen. And I think it's very selfish, it's very contrived, and very disingenuous, and very problematic. More money, more problems, as they say.
How long was he a monk?
He's been a monk for maybe 10 or 11 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, they are exceptional by many metrics.
It ends up being once every 3 months, and it's just people have busy lives, and it's hard to make time. So we really wanted this to be accessible to people as much as we could. So that was a key priority. And our hope is that if this due diligence process goes through, if the land checks out, if the funds come in where we can purchase it by March 22nd, we have one building on it, but we're not sure what it looks like inside, and odds are it can't stand for long. It's a little hut. But what we'd probably have to start doing is laying the groundwork there, getting kind of facilities in, septic and more. Get 2 little kutis or trailers out there where we could start to live. And then maybe if everything went perfectly, maybe we'd have by summer an outdoor tent where we could have some meetings, maybe on Sundays or something. Or maybe we'd be meeting in here on Saturdays and out there on Sundays or something. Regardless of what happened during the summer, I think by autumn we'd have to be back here. It's very unlikely we're going to have a hall this big in 8 months or whatever. So odds are, basically we have an image of a multi-purpose hall in our minds as phase 1, but the large temple, which we're thinking will have capacity of 300 or 400 people, 200, 300, something like that, would be in phase 2. And so that's a few years out. So the hope is for these large gatherings, we'll still be meeting here for a while if they'll let us.
So what they're doing, you can't do this in the Ajahn Chah tradition. These guys are not old enough, they're not senior enough, they're not practiced enough to do this in the Ajahn Chah tradition. So really they are creating their own tradition. I'm not saying they're not collaborating and working together with the monks, the best monks that you can get your hands on. And also I'm not saying that I don't agree and I don't support them in doing that, because I do, but compared to my teacher, if $6 million was on the table for my teacher, you're going to be building a compound or building a land where people can immediately come and stay. Anyone can come and stay indefinitely. People can become monks and nuns. conversations can take place between monastics and all these, and this is just idealism, but this is also just idealism. And I think that there's something the way that they're going about it is actually very disingenuous and very selfish. And I think that a lot of Western monastics have this position as well because they're not even communicating with each other. They're not even gathering together to support each other. Everybody wants to do their own thing, and I don't agree with that. I don't think it is right. And saying that this is the best that you can get is trying to make these people into fake Asian lay people is ridiculous. And there's not a real emphasis on social work. There's not a real emphasis on children or people in need. But actually, that is the premise from which this is all being created, because they're doing this regular Dharma teaching. They're saying, okay, this is a social work we're doing. But actually, what they're building up to is more for themselves as monks and for themselves as this new tradition that they're taking on, that they're creating. And I just think it's not the correct step forward for Western Buddhism, especially when you get a broader view, more of a wisdom view.
Although there may be 2 months in the summer where we see if we can actually manage something up in North Bend.
So the ideal, and it's okay, I mean, we can have ideals, but Buddhism is not about idealism, is that, okay, give us $6 million now for us to buy land, for us to live in shacks. And they'll talk about that a little bit more and make kind of jokes, which doesn't make any sense with give me $6 million. And the ideal is years from now, people will be able to come and visit and there will be a community there. So that's fine, you can do that, but why not now? And why not now is because they are not in a position to do that. They don't know how to do that. And they're not interested in doing that now. So why do they need $6 million? 100%, Shelley, 100%. And if Sayadaw had these guys, if they were willing to listen to Sayadaw and collaborate with Sayadaw, instead of pretending that they are in the Ajahn Chah tradition and that this is an extension of that, because it's not. If it was, then there would be an Ajahn Chah senior monk who was, standing behind them or sitting up there with them right now.
And to acknowledge that, that will cause shifts, and there's melancholy to that. Some people do not have the same ability to drive there, even though it's only 40 minutes away. Some people don't have cars. What we feel we really want to do, and we've been trying to lay the framework for this, was by the creation of the WhatsApp groups and the Discord and other things. We really want to create forums where people can connect for carpooling and such. I mean, there is bus service out to North Bend, but it's a longer haul. So we want to facilitate that. We want to also have a group where people can sort of figure out with each other if they want to move near the monastery. How can that happen? I mean, it's expensive to live in Seattle. It's expensive to live in North Bend. But we think if we congregate people, connect them, that's been our ethos from the beginning, is get people talking.
Now, we could compare something here. We could compare this with the Anukampa Bhikkhuni project. But that's not the same situation. The Anakampi Bhikkhuni project is being headed by Ajahn Brahm. Who is this being headed by? Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Kovila looking out into the fog? So there's really something here that's very egocentric. And I think that it's inappropriate. Not even to speak about levels between Ajahn Nisabo and someone like Ajahn Aya or Ajahn Kanda, right? And then that's also progressive, that's social work, something that's being done for bhikkhunis. These guys are just doing this for themselves. And they're maybe talking with Ajahns and they're using all this leverage of all these people that they're bringing in, but this is not an Ajahn Chah monastery. And I think that it's misguided also because they're very young. Who's to say that they're going to be monks forever? Are they making a vow to all the donors that they will be monks forever? It doesn't work like that. And more responsibility means more problems.
And bring in some dharma and some divinity into the mix and see what happens. And my feeling is that if people really have that in their hearts, that there's some things that can happen, you know, co-housing or plots divided or mini houses, who knows if people have trouble. But so we want to really create forums where people can get carpools out there, where they can figure out ways where they might be able to live nearby. But the vision is that really every day at, 6, 7 a.m., the monastics go for alms. We have one monastic at the monastery receiving people, having question and answer with folks. 9 a.m., we have a shared meal. Anyone who wants to can come and offer. People can continue to share the meal and talk. We'll have a library, a meditation hall where they can just continue to sit through the day, hopefully.
And he's just talking about now how he's going to spend his money for his meditation center. It doesn't make any sense. Where is the Arupa? And these Ajahns, I'll tell you this right now, just FYI, these Ajahns will support and platform any fuck. I went to, and people are going to love to hear this, I got in some controversy for this. Anybody ever heard of Bhante G? Bhante Gunaratana? Shelley, you heard of the author of Mindfulness in Plain English? Anybody ever heard it? You know Bhante G, right? You fucking scum. Let's ignore him. Anybody ever heard of Mindfulness in Plain English? And that's what they're feeding these people, a false hope and a false narrative. Hello? Bhante G, Mindfulness in Plain English. Anybody? Just say that you've heard about him.
Oh, yeah.
And you know.
I know that guy.
Okay, one of the leading monks in the Western world, this 90-year-old, 100-year-old Sri Lankan guy in America. I was there for the Vasa ceremony, the beginning of the Vasa ceremony in wherever the heck it is, okay, at that monastery, at that temple. The guy who wrote Mindfulness in Plain English, sitting in a group, Henopla Guratana, with a bunch of monks, because I was staying at the monastery of Bhante Uparatana, who is one of the leading Sri Lankan monks that lives outside of Washington, D.C. He sat in that room with all those senior Sri Lankan monks that speak English and have Western eyes, and he said, support this monk. Support this monk to have, I don't remember his exact words, but support this monk to have a temple. Support this monk to do his work. So these guys having the AOK from Arupa Ajahns and things like that, and Lumpals, and that, it doesn't really mean anything in the West, from the Western view. They just hand that out because there's an Asian context that supports things like this to happen. Not when you've got necessarily 10 years as a Western monk in Thailand, but if you're doing it in your own country, they support it. So just FYI. So where is the Arupa Ajahn sitting here that they're relaying to and conveying to his wisdom and his discernment for $6 million for their meditation center?
A garden.
Because I know these guys are good. These guys know how to perform. I'll tell you that right now. And so the board of directors for this assembly is some brain-dead, lobotomized, Buddhist, fetishist, kinds of people. They're going to do whatever these two say for now. But once the money starts rolling in, once the responsibilities and the energy starts flowing in, they're going to have a lot of big problems. Everybody's going to have a lot of big problems. And who's going to fix it? Ajahn Nisabo, the 25-year-old cuck? That doesn't make any sense. Even Ajahn Brahm can't keep his board of directors in line. And somehow Ajahn Nisabo is going to be building with the libraries he wants to build?
Trails, places where people can work. We'll hopefully have a kids' room where people can bring children. We'll have, hopefully a children's kind of like camp day once or twice a summer. It'd be all these kind of little things that could be really fun. During the middle part of the day, our hope is
once or twice a year. I thought he said, well, did you hear when I was saying that earlier? I said once or twice a month at Children's Day. So it's not about them serving the community. It's about leveraging the need in the community to serve themselves. Period. Trust me. Well, I don't care if you trust me or not. But that's exactly what it is. And even in their hopes and dreams, it's going to be years before they have a meditation hall where they can just go back to their kutis. And they're going to go into this and they're going to talk about this, okay? About how all we need is a hut. All we need is a trailer. Put a trailer over there. Okay, what, a $6 million trailer?
That we'd have a lay person who could kind of hold the space. The monastics won't be there all day. But that meditation hall would just be open for people, hopefully. If it turns out to be too much, maybe we will have to have certain closed hours during the day. We'll see. But then in the afternoon, also have a tea time where people can come, have evening chanting, and have that more or less every single day, even if sometimes the monastics are all running back to their kutis and it's a lay person.
And just FYI, this has kind of already been done in places like Ajahn Bhante Sudaso. Should I get into this? Bhante Sudaso at New Jersey at Buddhist Insights that are still live streaming to Facebook to one person, what their things that they do, and they have a stronger YouTube, etc. And they needed to buy a castle. They needed to purchase literally a castle in New Jersey and have this massive mortgage to do what? For them to just live there and have random struggling monks to come by and take a position there, overweight monks, Western monks, of which there are just a few anyway. And then, definitely some women, some good things with having some Buddhist women come in and multidisciplinary, etc. But what a surprise, a few years later, after they spend millions of dollars on this fucking castle that's basically destitute. I've been there multiple times, a bunch of empty rooms, novice monks that are running away in the middle of the night because of how wacky the two teachers are, okay? And what do you know? A couple years later, now we need to build a monastery in Italy too. We're ready to expand. So you got a lot of people that are getting high on their own supply and that are just winging it with whatever they happen to want to do. And it's very problematic, it's very selfish, and it's not creating monks and nuns, and it's not creating devoted Buddhist lay people. It's mainly supported by Asians and things of that nature. That does some of supporting people, of course, and that's good.
And leading the chanting, we want it to be a bit of a refuge, not a bit of a refuge, really a refuge. And we will have to, we have to make sure it's a place where the monastics can live. If we're getting 100 people staying there all day and it's just a mess, we might have to close those gates at certain hours. But our hope is we can have an open space where people can come and find peace. And if you have a day off, you can come up. If you want to come garden, you can come up. Right now, it's an interesting situation where we love being together, but we're a bunch of introverted, not me, a lot of introverted Buddhists who their one chance to come together is like 90 other people in a gym for an hour and a half. And it's wonderful that it works, but this will provide real opportunity for people maybe you just feel like coming and working in the garden.
You don't need a cave, you need a fucking room. And if you want soundproofing, okay, put soundproofing in it. But when you communicate like this, nobody knows what monks are. None of these Western people know what monks are. They don't know anything about what it is to be a monk and what monastic culture is actually like and what lay and monastic culture and sociology is like. Everything that they understand and know about this is primarily being spoon-fed from conservative, false impressions. So for these two, they don't need a castle in New Jersey, and a few years later they need to open up a bunch of land and a property in Italy, because that's where Ayasoma lives. And also these people are scumbags in person. And So for Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Covillo, they don't need a castle in New Jersey. They need a $6 million plot of land outside of Seattle to do their monastic practice and work. Allegedly as Thai forest monks, as Ajahn Chah monks, which don't do what they're doing. It's a very small field. We've got an idea. There's 100 people in the room. Let's raise $6 million so that me and my friend here have a place to live, and we'll keep teaching and supporting you. And in a few years, you might be able to come there and visit. But if we got 100 people and they're acting foolish, we might have to close those gates. Give me a fucking break. This will not help in the way that I would like it to help the Buddhist root, the Buddha root, to take root in the West. It's another monastery, another place where people can go and visit from time to time, and primarily it's a place for these guys to live comfortably. And that's also what they're presenting. The things that they're saying in terms of what they're going to offer are kind of afterthoughts. Maybe we'll have a children's program once or twice a year. Maybe it will be kind of a refuge where people can come and stay. Maybe people can live nearby. Primarily, it's for them because of that. Well, for whatever reason, they want that. I don't care if they have good hopes and aspirations or whatever, but it's very selfish. And this is not a Buddhist society. And you can't make Westerners into Buddhist people. It doesn't work. It does not work.
For a few hours. Maybe you just want to come and sit in silence. The main hall will be noble silence. It'll be hybrid as well. Hopefully on the weekends, we'll have bigger events in the mornings, Saturday or Sunday. Hopefully we'll have all-day non-residential retreats. Maybe for a week, Ajahn Kava will be there sitting 10 hours a day in the hall. People can come sit with him, Juanita, others.
And there he is making fun of Ajahn Covillo again. You know, he's relentless. He's just saying Ajahn Covillo is going to be sitting meditation without success. Anyways, let's continue, okay? Don't make me think again about what I'm saying.
And then holy days, we'll have those too. So yeah, basically it won't be a sharp shift right away. We'll still be meeting here, acknowledging, that there will be a time where we probably look back at the time in the Triple Gym with fondness and this will be the beginning of an end of an era. And it will cause shifts, and we hope people can still get there. That is why we are aiming to be 40 minutes away, is so that people can get there.
And just FYI, there's no need, nor is there any information that's saying that these guys are going to stay being monks. A big social monk, okay, who was in Australia, he finished being a monk, and a lot of people were following him. He finished being a monk by having a gay orgy at the monastery. Okay, people didn't think I was going to disrobe. I disrobed. I never thought I was going to disrobe. So this notion that they're magically for sure going to be monks forever, so give them $6 million, is ridiculous. They're very young.
And then
and these people are high and mighty. They're not nice. They're high on their own supply. They very rarely are much connected to wisdom. And I'll tell you what, they are shameless and very arrogant. Not like Ajahn Brahm, which, I haven't met him yet, but I'm going to try to do my best. To confront him.
Once it's fully formed, we're hoping that the infrastructure is such that it really is a temple where people can just come and sit, where you can be in the library. We'll have a columbarium where people can bring the ashes of their dead and keep them and remember them, and a lot more. Anything to add, Ajahn? Sorry.
I think you said everything.
Okay. The one thing that's worth clarifying here is we don't think we'll have people staying overnight. The price, Abhayagiri and other monasteries that are far from the city.
Do you know why monasteries and monks and temples in Asia, the general population, okay, the general population is so reveres monks and reveres temples and volunteers and stuff? Because it's a full-on refuge. You go there when you can't pay your bills. You go there when you don't have a place to sleep at night. I mean, you have to be kind of involved in some sense. But setting up a boundary like this, like people are definitely not going to be able to stay there overnight, it's something they have to do because of their situation.
What is their situation?
They're not equipped to deal with that. This room right here is full of middle-class white people, or maybe some lower-class white people, middle-aged as well, that don't know about Buddhism and haven't had any real experience and are not being platformed and given the real information about what's going on to have a real conversation and to actually invest. And I think they'll joke about this later or say something offhand about it, but they're inequipped, and nor do they have a willingness or an openness to do something like this, to train monks.
The way that they can get food on time and have things taken care of is by having people stay over. And that's sustainable for them because on a big day, a Saturday, they might have 7 or 8 people come. On a Saturday, we might have 150 people come.
And that is why people are supposed to be giving you $6 million. Not so that you can have a place for yourself. So that you can make a place where, like that, 150 people can come and have a refuge. Immediately.
We, instead of having people stay overnight, we're hoping people can get there. Hopefully we'll have community members living nearby who are willing to open up, a little hut in their backyard for people who want to stay nearby, create a hospitality network. But our proximity to the city means first that we don't have to have people stay at the monastery all the time. And it also means we really can't. If you're at a monastery where you're orienting people about staying overnight and taking care of them, it's a huge duty. And if we're already navigating receiving about 100 guests on a weekend or 40 on a weekday morning, that's all the monastics can take. At the end of the day, we need the ability to kind of practice. That's why we're monks.
Oldest trick in the book. Taking a position that you're not in. The monastics. He's talking about him and his little boyfriend right here. He's not an Arupa Ajahn. He's not a Lumpal. As far as we know, there's no Lumpal involved. It's just this woman wearing white. And that's a little bit playful. It seems nice. But that's, in creating refuge for Western monastics, that's great. But where is the Arupa Ajahn? They're not, that is phase 2, I think, is to make a place for the senior Ajahn. But, it doesn't seem to be a part of the groundwork.
Do they have a senior Ajahn?
No. They're just consulting. He's gone out on his own. He's gone out on his own way. They're getting consultation and support from a lot of senior Ajahns because they're a little bit open-minded and progressive and they want to support this kind of work, just like I want to support this kind of work. I want to support things like this. But I think when it comes to Western Buddhism, you are not going to make Westerners Buddhists in the same way that Asian people are Buddhists, which is what this is really for. And the people that would become basically Asian lay people are the ones who want to become monks and nuns. I invited Adi over because he reached out and said, he said, "What's up?" And I told him he should come over here. I think maybe he's going through some stuff. So funny. Okay.
So that is one caveat, is like we'd have non-residential retreats where we open at 6 a.m. As soon as you can get there, you can be there sitting, and the doors might close around 9 p.m. or something. But then you might have to either find a friend to live nearby, or stay nearby that evening, or camp nearby. There's a campsite nearby, or drive back home and drive the 40 minutes the next day. And we think that's doable. Uposa today. Staying overnight, or? So when he's referencing the full and new moon days, and sometimes half moon days in Thailand, people will stay sitting all night. If Juanita's willing to lead an all-night sit, we might be willing to. We'll see. We will have special days. We'll have the full moon days and new moon days, I think, memorialized somehow, and we'll probably.
Because unconsciously, Westerners want the best of the best with their money. You're not going to buy something cheap with your money when you have the money to buy what you really want, which is the best of the best. It's never going to happen. So these people unconsciously want enlightenment. And wanting enlightenment is a nightmare, is wanting to go into a nightmare. So you can try to train these people to be Asian Buddhists as much as you want, but they are never going to be that way. And so all kinds of problems are going to come up out of this. I don't see the Arupa Ajahn in the background. Yeah, no, I think she's really nice.
I hope they see this.
They're not, no, they're not going to see this.
Have late nights, and we might have some all-night sits. I'm not sure yet. Yeah. Dad, and then Dominique, or Dominique, then Dad.
And FYI, this is happening because Ajahn Nisabo's parents are wealthy, and they already have some kind of retreat center, some kind of spiritual retreat center. And now, Daddy wants to give his sonny a present and a gift, which is his own retreat center. Really. And also, I completely agree with the general principles of doing this kind of work, and it has all my support.
Dad, then Dominique. Or, okay, the other way.
So I know that there's a little gap with the financing at this point. How is that looking, and what do you need from us?
Thank you. So us monastics, we are really careful about articulating this. Like, we don't do any events or messaging that are explicitly fundraisers, ever. At the same time, we feel people care enough about this dream that we did want to make, as you're asking, the situation clear and the practicalities. Right now, I believe 4.3 million has come in pledged and given funds. The total cost of 90 acres and associated costs with due diligence is around 4.9. So our gap is around 600,000. And we'd have to raise that in about 3 months. So it's, raise is the wrong word, but we're hoping it can come in and, it rests a bit on that faith, and much of our kind of path has since there, so that's the hope. If we get to the end of that period and it hasn't come in, then we might have our board members begin, there might be other messaging, such as an interest-free loan from a community member to get us to closing, but we'd really rather avoid being in debt, really, really rather avoid it. So does that answer the question a bit? Okay. I think if people wanted to connect around that, yes, you could make we'd want you to connect you to one of our board members to make sure that the messaging, if it was in any sort of official Clear Mountain or even unofficial Clear Mountain capacity, was in line with our ethos, which is somewhat refined. But yeah, just talk to me. But if it's more just gathering people and trying, inspiring one another along the lines of what we've spoken about, or talking to others about what you find inspiring about the vision, then that's completely okay to do. Thank you for asking. Yeah. Dad.
So the anchor of all this has to center in a certain way, I'm assuming, center in a certain way around the monastics being able to continue your practice.
So where is the Arupa Ajahn? Where is the Ajahn Brahm? 100%. The center of this $6 million property is them being able to continue their practice. So where's the Ajahn that's going to support and facilitate that? Not these two young monks that are high on the weakness and vacuity of the spiritual field in the West, but where is their Ajahn? And this is supposed to all about be lineage, more than any other tradition in the entire world. This is all supposed to be about lineage, Ajahn Chah, etc., etc. So where is their Arupa Ajahn? And there's no talk about him. That's the Arupa Ajahn, Ajahn Nisabo. Well, who's Ajahn Nisabo? He's a young monk.
With the ardency and focus you need to. So one of my concerns has always been, you're land developers now.
And 100% that's the case, because you don't get to choose. You are the authority. Those disassociated, lobotomized Dhamma board members are 100% in their own egos, subconsciously looking to you as the leader. So now you're a land developer. And look at his face. Look at his face during that question. Look at his face during that question. He's saying, you little fuck, to Ajahn Nisabo. And he's saying, I knew it all along. Who's managing this? Who's controlling this? Who's taking responsibility for this? This guy right here, Ajahn Nisabo only. And this is his little BDSM pet.
So how, is there a way as a community that we can support you not being overwhelmed by this so that it impacts your practice?
Now watch
Is that an
what they
appropriate
say.
question?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we're monks and supposed to be training in contentment. And, you know, once the land's there, we can stay in the shackiest shack, you know, that you can.
What? Once the $6 million land is purchased, we can stay in the shackiest shack? What? Huh? Let's rewind a little bit. And he knows that this is not the direction that it should be going in, right? Let's rewind a little bit. What this guy said.
Continue your practice with the ardency and focus you need to. So one of my concerns has always been, you're land developers now. So how, is there a way as a community that we can support you not being overwhelmed by this so that it...
Yeah, give us $6 million for 90 acres of land so that we can live in clemency.
Impacts your practice. Is that an appropriate question?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we're monks and supposed to be training in contentment. And, you know, once the land's there, we can stay in the shackiest shack, you know, that you can find. We can stay in trailers. And the big cost, certainly at the outset, is the land. And once that's there, then, yeah, we'll host what we can out there. We do love group meditation. We'll continue doing that daily, and also, yeah, day-long retreats and longer. Our winter retreat, that's a big part of our monastic life, and will continue to be. That's 3 months, and we'll open as much of that as we can to other people coming in to participate, and of course, no cost at all for that. And yeah, once we're on the land,
No cost at all for that.
we'll just be there doing our monk thing, just continuing to live simple lives. And then when funds come in for the next phase of building, then that'll be great. And people can come and you won't have to be, you know, hanging out in a shack, but you can like sit in a meditation hall or something more sustainable. But I think once we're there, this is the biggest cost at the outset. So, anything to add, John?
Just in terms of how you can support us as like keeping that practice, like Ajahn Kovile said, just having faith in this process. When you hear about a volunteer opportunity that would be helpful, tap into it, and practice well and dedicate the goodness of your practice to this aspiration. It's a beautiful one, and like Ajahn Kovile said, we're happy in the shackiest of shacks. We have really good shacks right now, actually, in David Allison's backyard, but this vision is largely for the future monastics who would live there and for this community. So just hold that aspiration in your heart, and however much this community has affected you, just imagine that rippling out over generations, and that is the real hope. So just...
Yeah, if he stays as a monk, if Ajahn Kovile stays as a monk.
recollect that goodness, and if you want to ask for a little bit of, just invoke, the goodness that's out there for the sake of this aspiration, that will be worth a lot.
Hi, I just thought I'm on the board, and there is, if you go on the Friends of Clear Mountain website, there's a page, We've Got Land, and it's something you could share with friends across the world. And I'm on the team that thanks people for donations. A bunch have been flooding in, but more to come. But there's people who are just overjoyed, like literally all over the world, about this happening. It's extraordinary to have phone conversations with people giving. So I just look at this as an opportunity for people to give. There's no ask, it's just an opportunity for people to give. And if you want to share that website with friends all over the world, go for it. But just don't do it as an ask, but this is a beautiful thing to be able to help this wonderful thing happen for the benefit of all beings. So kind of have that attitude, and there's a mechanism that works really well. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. And just one tiny thing. I mean, one of the best things you can do is just remember the 10 parami, okay? Just remember the 10 parami. It's up on the board. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that this is it is about change and impermanence, and many of us here spent years with Sims, and we used to practice here in this gym, and before that in Blodell Hall. And there was a time when we had to move from both places, and subsequently, our teacher retired, and but many of us are still here, and have joined this group, or have still just at Sims, and there's something really valuable about that, and I just hope everyone won't lose sight of that, and also just appreciate that it is the monastics and their practice that has brought us here. So.
Peter's work on due diligence has always also brought us here. He's our owner's rep for this period along with Alex, and it's just been so helpful. I don't think we got a chance to do 3 sadhus for Peter's work, but trust me, he deserves them. 3 sadhus. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Clear Mountain. They got it graded, all that stuff. So, probably it's, the wishes of the lay people to have a monastery and to have a space for their monks, and good for them, and good for them doing their best to follow that work and to be involved. And I think that Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Kovile are very well equipped to do this work, and some of the best Western monks in the game in terms of regularly giving, teaching, sharing the Dhamma, consistency, and also respect for Vinaya. So you couldn't ask for 2 better monks. I highly recommend anybody who has the excess funds to go over to Clear Mountain. That's a city in Australia as well. Maybe we'll have to visit there sometime. To clearmountainmonastery.org, where you can see their aims and their their works and their aspirations. May they be successful, and may they be very blessed. You can click the link there to learn more about Clear Mountain Monastery, and I hope that you do, and I hope you listen to some Dharma talks from Ajahn Kovilo and Ajahn Nisabo when you have the time. Well, let's slow down on that culture site. Let's rethink that, because I also have a sense of awareness, and that means that, you know, thoughts can kind of dissipate, letting thoughts dissipate. But maybe that is something that you could do. Could be a good idea. The 10% rule, the 10% law. So we have Clear Mountain Monastery. We have, of course, Sayadaw's work around the world. We have, of course, Ajahn Brahm in Australia primarily, but his work all around the world. We have Master Yong Hua in LA, in Los Angeles, who's really nice. I'm a really big fan of Master Yong Hua. We have Venerable Panavati over in North Carolina, Heartwood Refuge. We have Martin P. Adamo over in Thailand, northern Thailand. Beautiful place to go, especially for a woman. Go be a nun for a little bit, Mechi for a little bit with Ajahn Martin P. Adamo. He's quite a ladies' man. We have Lumpal from Wat Rat Bodhidham in Lui. That's a great place to go and practice. We have, of course, Deer Park Monastery in Escondido, California. Many great Ajahns and Ajahn S's in Plum Village over at Deer Park. Wonder what's come through on their side recently. Deer Park. Aha, Sister Diang Niem. Who's this? The sisters, the beautiful sisters of Deer Park Monastery. Americanizing Buddhism, the slow process of Americanizing Buddhism. Be free, be businessless, be businessless. We have Ajahn Ortai Faplu. It's a great master.
Seed of doubt, of insecurity, of uncertainty in us. How do we practice so that it's actually...
We should water the seed of uncertainty and doubt within us. It takes great doubt and great faith to penetrate unto the way. Venerable Pomnyan Sunim, that's right. That's right. And poor old Dr. Rob.
beloved Thai, dear beloved community, I know you're here and I'm very happy and grateful. Today, I'd like to share with you a practice that is very dear and near to me. It's from a calligraphy that I actually asked Thai to write for me. You know, when Thai was alive, Thai means teacher in a very affectionate way that we refer. We call our teacher Thai. And in between retreats, whenever our teacher had a chance, he would write calligraphy. And that was a way that lay friends could invite their calligraphies home. Thai's writing is very particular, very beautiful, and also very powerful. He would write Zen statements, you know, like breathe, you are alive, or you are beautiful, be yourself.
The crown jewels of Buddhism.
So Thai wrote many things like, I am in love with Mother Earth, etc. And friends could invite those calligraphies home to practice, not for decoration, but to hang them up, to put the calligraphy in a place that, you know, that is visible and that can help them to practice. And also it was a skillful means for us to raise funds as well. And Thai did many thousands and thousands of calligraphy.
Yet, you know, there is the danger of people taking it.
Sorry, this is something I'd like for people to take a look at. This is a Stephen Mugen Snyder Roshi. And
Yet, you know, there is the danger of people.
I would say if you want to spend some money on spirituality, check out his website and take a look at the programs that he offers, because I've found him to be very interesting and quite sharp and deep.
People to raise sort of
coming back to your
pickup, but as you're saying, I mean, I do find value in that as well. Your innovative, reordering, and just on this topic of care, another innovation which I have encountered in your teachings is about the precepts, or about morality in general. You've got a teaching about looking at each of the 5 precepts or the 8 precepts if someone's on retreat, in terms of their inner aspect, their outer aspect, and their secret aspect. I'm curious.
We all like the secret, don't we?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, would love it if you could actually explain what each of those 3 modes of being and examining and practicing the precepts are.
And I'll say also, I've actually redrafted the Zen precepts. The Zen precepts, like for example, the first precept is generally do not kill. And I've redrafted it as the precept of preciousness. Because I found for myself and students, if I reflect on my day at the end of the day and say, well, I didn't kill anybody today, so I can tick that box. But if I'm holding preciousness, did I recognize, did I support, did I encourage preciousness in my life throughout today? That gives some people something to work with that's tangible, and we can stay with it. So that's actually going to be, I've got a book that'll be coming out called Living Awakeness, but after that one, I'm working on a precept book where I'll detail and have practices on what I'm calling the generative precepts. But coming back to your question on outer, inner, and secret, I borrowed that from the Tibetan practitioners. I studied the Dzogchen Rigpa practice for about 5 years, and so was acquainted with some of the terminology. And the way I found it was working with the precepts. There would be the outer, which is the exterior, it does take us deeper and deeper into the practice. Goodness, like that babies emanate without trying to be good. They're not trying to perform for us. They just are goodness. So it's getting in contact with that, either initially through a memory or through our own life experience. And so once we get there, I teach that the support phrases are to assist us. If you don't feel like you're stable with the meditative object of innate goodness, then you can turn to some of the support phrases to keep you focused. The problem is a lot of people treat the support phrases as the object. And so that becomes you 5 to 10 minutes of either metta doing with the precept and sensations, the hub of the absolute. We gathered 100 Westerners together and we just said, let's take 5 minutes to pray together. Everybody would have some idea of what prayer means. And I think in the same way that jhana was that kind of a term in the Buddha's day, so he could give a kind of a shorthand about it and people knew, oh yeah, you focus here, you do this. So I think some of it, we have to look at the context of when the language was being used. And for me, I first made contact. So I'm having I have a group that I can learn from as well and fine tune language, and then we're just going to derail our practice. One of the things I tell people on a jhana retreat is don't play with your nimitta. And everybody does. So they get a light phenomenon, a nimitta, and they get excited, which we all do. And they end up trying to make it bigger, make it more intense, do all these things. And eventually it goes away. So it's a self-reinforcing system. If you're going to apply proactive effort beyond the point it's really recommended, it's going to start derailing the practice. So you actually have to start surrendering and allowing and being receptive.
So, Mugen, I think I'm going to...
My idea is that Ajahn Nisabo is an Arya, Ajahn Kovila is not, and our dear Master Mugen Roshi is very Arya.
Ask some questions that I'm really curious about, and think you can speak to in a way that not many can. One of which is one consistent point of tension or confusion I have with the Zen tradition is the term awakening is applied very broadly to something called satori, or kensho, which seems to be a brief glimpse of something, satori, which perhaps maps onto stream entry. And in Theravada, as you know, awakening is reserved for a very, a certain set of experiences from stream entry on up. And cessation, the cessation of perception and feeling, is generally ascribed as a state only accessible by non-returners and arahants who the Buddha has said, I've given up sensual lust completely, can no longer live a household life, etc. So I have a twofold question there. And genuinely, this is a discussion I've wanted to have for a long time. First, how do you map the Zen awakening system onto the Theravada? And how do you kind of square this idea of awakening or cessation experience as a very rarefied experience that really would usher someone into monasticism almost immediately, at least by some Theravada accounts, with the idea that maybe 100 students or something are achieving a cessation experience. And just genuinely curious, I've never actually gotten to talk to a Zen teacher about this who's had Theravada kind of experience as well.
Sure. Yeah, and to say that the 100 students or 50 to 100 I mentioned, that would be a combination of the Zen Kensho experience and cessation. The minority would be cessation. So the majority would be Zen Kensho experiences. So first, Kensho is a term used broadly in the Zen tradition to simply mean awakening, seeing into one's true nature. And we talk about depth of Kensho really relates to how long the sense of self, the personality.
So let's say, for example, that Ajahn Nisabo is an Arya and this guy is an Arya, but they're not really talking to each other. They're talking to the audience. And I think that there's a problem of artistic integrity in that, with these hopes and dreams and these ideals that are actually quite limited and quite hopeful. And I think that's problematic. Because what's really being taught here is a kind of hopelessness. And so the Buddha, well, who says that? Ajahn Nyanamoli says that. I'm so smart, I'm so intelligent. I don't think he says that. Maybe he does. That what the Buddha would do, the way of the Buddha teaching, is to lift people up to the positive mind, wholesome mind, and then pull the rug out from under them with that gladdened mind about the way that it is. But this seems to be a little bit exclusive, and also implies its opposite. So I think in America, what's more realistic and what's more practical is showing people the hell realms, showing people the hell of identity, of self-view. And this is something you kind of go through in these processes regardless. But in terms of teaching, so as not to be commercial and to not be this kind of teaching to privilege, so that we can point out the way that it is, the impossibility of self, the impossibility of the continuation of an identity, of a being in time. You know, and Mugen seemed to have kind of brag a little bit previously about how he has a group that he can meet with and work on his language. Well, wouldn't that be nice? And this is something that Sayadaw seems to, my master Sayadaw seems to specialize in, that seems to allow a kind of limitless approach and is really at the core of monasticism and the monastic training, which is the destitution of hope for you. Some of these non-duality teachers also seem to bring this in or bring this up. Would it work? Could it work?
Is suspended, because when in the experience of Kensho, there's three components. There's a deep sense of no self. So there's no self-referencing that can be made. I don't know who I am it would be the only answer one could give. There's also a deep sense of the unity, the love of the absolute. So we have to have that love, the deep emptiness, and then there has to be finally the.
So Ajahn Nisabo seems to be established in a kind of mindfulness and detachment or awareness without affiliation. Ajahn Kovillo seems to be enmeshed in a kind of concern and involvement with. Whereas Mugen Roshi seems, you not even speak about him. He's a devil. He's a creature.
Recognition, this is my true self. This is truly who I am, what I am. And that creates the kind of inner explosive experience that does suspend the personality, the sense of me, for a period of time. Virtually nobody is gone forever. That's sometimes talked about in the Zen tradition, and it's really more fable than reality in my experience. But that, and so that would be Satori, that'd be Kensho. Satori to me is a more sustained awakening experience. So it's going to be a longer experience. One can have a Satori as their first Zen awakening experience, but that would mean that the sense of self is suspended, is not present for at least weeks, if not months. So a long enough time that they really get, the no self really gets rooted in their consciousness. And so that, and then what happens is the foundation shifts. The person that has Kensho still is going to have a sense of me as their inner foundation, let's say. And with the Satori, the personality, the sense of me is shifted out of the way, and what we call our true nature becomes our foundation. And true nature is the qualities of the absolute in a particular consciousness. So emptiness, unity, love, peace, stillness, presence, etc., are all within all of us. It's coded into our consciousness. And so, but that becomes the self-reference. And then in the Zen tradition, there's a third awakening recognized called Daigo Teitei, which translates as final or full enlightenment, which it truly isn't either. But the reason it's called that is because the sense of self is effectively put down and is not picked back up again. So it's quite rare and it's quite impactful, but there's no sense of self, and the foundation becomes the absolute itself. So when there's a self-reference, it's not self-referencing a personal history or a certain identity, and not even true nature, qualities of the absolute, but the absolute self. So that's the Zen map, and I think that I'm always reluctant to, overlay them, but I think at least in the West, there are lay Theravadan teachers that will recognize Zen Kensho, if it's deep enough, as a stream entry experience. For me, I'm looking for, whether it's cessation or Kensho, I'm looking for what I call awakeness, qualities of awakeness. My next book coming out is called Living Awakeness. So I detail about 15 qualities of awakeness, what they are, how to work with them, and then I talk about.
So this guy has, I think it's a monthly program that's like $50 a month, and then if you want to add like a private meeting with him, it's like $75. And I'd say that's a heck of a deal to spend some time to be face to face with this guy. That's something that I might look into. I got an email because I'm part of the mailing group for that. But this guy is a very, very rich practitioner, as far as I, can discern. And I'd love the chance to have some time to speak with him and spend time with him.
A variety of things like the Yogacara, 8 levels of consciousness, and then how those get changed based on different awakenings. So it's organized towards that. But I'm looking for that awakeness, the brightness, the clarity, the ease. There's a variety of things, but one of them is service. Are the people oriented more towards service than they were before? That's a natural outcome of a deep awakening experience. So for someone who has a cessation experience on a retreat with me, for example, it's only if I can, by watching them over succeeding days or weeks, that I can see this awakeness. Like I had a gentleman having a cessation experience at a retreat about 2 years ago, and he had that awakeness quality very clearly. And he was recently on retreat with me again, and he still has it. He's talked about how his life has changed in ways that it hasn't returned to the old way. So that's part of the awakeness, is there's just this shift away from being, say, an earthbound person, an earth dweller, and we become something else. I know the Theravadan talks about as noble ones or different languaging like that. I don't tend to use that kind of language, but anyway, so I'll pause here or stop here.
No, but Patujana being the worldling or earthling, as you said.
Yeah.
I appreciate
keeping each system's integrity. And it strikes me that it's very important to see. I really am curious, do those final awakenings map up? Arahantship and that other third one you named? Because if these systems, there can only be one ultimate in the end of the day, right? So
Right.
that feels like an important thing for me to ask is like, is there a unity at the end of these articulations? And would you say that that third stage of awakening is arahantship in the Zen and Theravada conception?
I think there are parallels to the two. Um, I, of course, my when I talk about arahant, I don't talk about it in the same sort of mystical way that it's often presented, and that's not a disparagement. It's just things like the defilements are gone. I think that the defilements are very, very weakened, but unless one has done some personal work, a lot of the deep wounding that humans carry today isn't going to be resolved. And so that's part of what, in the Daigo Tete realization, the core wound, as I call it, is resolved. It's completed, it's rounded out, whatever language you want to use. So that means that that driver, that anchor is no longer present. And that's what I see in the Arahant as well, is that because the core wound is active up until that stage or that realization, that in that realization process, in that journey into cessation, that's going to be resolved either somehow in entering, exiting, or embodying the fruits of cessation. The core wound gets satisfied, or it gets completed, whatever language you want to use. So I think there is equivalence. I'm always reluctant to say that they're parallel because there are a lot of the Theravadins that are very touchy about it. And so I don't want to walk into a hornet's nest either. So
We're not very horny, for the record.
that's kind of what I say is, yes, there's equivalencies. And I think, like I was talking with someone the other day, another teacher, and they were talking about the territory from Arahant to Buddha. And that, because part of my teaching is there's no end to realization and there's no end to personal work, because we have subconscious and unconscious material. No matter how realized you are,
Well, if there's no end, then there's no beginning, is there?
there's still going to be triggering events where new material gets percolated up. And so we engage it and we work it. We don't pretend it's not there. We don't try to spiritually bypass. We engage it. And at least this teacher was of the mind that the territory between Arahant and Buddha is one where all the conditioned material in the unconscious and subconscious is resolved. So there's no more material at all. I haven't actually seen that in Theravadan text. Maybe it's there and I don't know about it. But that was sort of a kind of a leap I wasn't willing to make. I don't really, I'll talk about the Tathagata. So that I think is, we can language around that. There's more about functionality there. I mean, Buddha has such a high barrier, high mark. I don't know that there's much productivity talking about that.
Yeah, I'm curious. Some other language I think you use quite effectively in talking about these.
And of course, my disposition is such that this is a social paradigm, and excuse me for speaking up because I have no place to do so, but this is a kind of social structure of monastics, right? This is a social structure of people living with the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, or living in a sannyasin context in which these positions and perspectives are very important. But that is not most people's lived experience. They're not renunciates. They're not in relationship with Dharma masters in any capacity. So, what is the relevance of no self socially? not being in a cave somewhere, but what is the relevance of no self socially in a modern context? And there's not much relevance to that outside of the notion or the very shallow structures of monasticism that are currently accessible. And I'll tell you that most monasteries, that's why the notion of a monk can be a little bit problematic, because most monasteries are not going to have a sannyasin, a social structure that's relevant to sannyasins or relevant to renunciation. You know, Adi was talking about that. He said 2 days, but traditionally, from what I heard, and something that stuck with me, is that every 3 days, outside of this rains retreat period where they would take refuge somewhere, the monks and these sannyasins would be traveling every 3 days. So our want and desire to be involved with this field of social dynamics and positions of non-self are largely irrelevant to the way that we live our lives. And I think that's something that Mugen Roshi is saying here as well. So there are these people that are interested in the path and interested in awakening, but how much context can be provided to them, you know, factually, to make that a realistic interest? Not much, by doing a retreat or even by having a retreat center, etc., because that's not what the Buddha established. The Buddha did not establish retreat centers. The Buddha established an order of renunciation. You know, and this perspective of an arhat, someone who's seeking or clinging or moving towards or more moving away from, has become like a dead stump, you know, that has kind of vanished. Well, there is nowhere to go. There is nothing to do factually. And so one would necessarily live as a renunciate wherever they would be at that moment. And I think that one of the issues in the West and in modern Buddhism as a whole is a kind of scarcity mindset as it relates to the revolutionary paradigms that are presented by the Sangha and the Dharma continuing age still being here today. That there are, you know, allegedly arahats, bodhisattvas, that are factually free from this mentality of seeking and avoiding, and that there is a community to support them being alive. So I think there's a humanism that is very often missed out on in these kinds of conversations and in this kind of presentation that is unnecessary to avoid or diminish outside of maybe, you know, this want to help people. And that want to help people is good, but it's not as realistic as doing so with detachment. And of course, the best way that we can help people is to share the Dhamma, you know, that which leads to the ending of suffering now, which of course is transcendental. But the Buddha's kind of encountering people and then guiding them to quick fruition is something that happens spontaneously with what we would know as householders, but were really, you know, compared to us, quasi-renunciates that were basically destitute and had to spend their entire lives working physically.
Different stages of awakening, whether it's in the Zen system or in a Theravada system, is the accordion effect and the stair-step process.
Right.
And we consider the arhat. I mean, the language usually is something like "done is what had to be done," and, you know, transcending greed, anger, and delusion, and no more mental suffering. But could you explain? I appreciated this language, the accordion effect, and what that looks like for a spiritual awakening, as well as the stair-step process.
Sure. Well, virtually everybody who goes on.
So see, when Ajahn Nisabo is together with Ajahn Kovila, he's always kind of kind of shallowly agreeing or shallowly endorsing what Ajahn Kuvilo is saying. And I wonder why he's doing that. What's the purpose of doing that? If I'm saying something, I don't need Shiva over. I'd rather to see Shiva huddling over in his homeless stupor, smirking, than sitting there and agreeing with me like that. And so the notion here is supposed to be that these guys are sitting on the mountaintop. Otherwise, why would we be listening to them? So I see a kind of BDSM relationship between Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Kuvilo that it also seems to relay this kind of a fiction of unnecessariness based on this, this want to help or this hope to help, and this hope to get views and this hope to reach people that's very problematic.
Extended retreat is going to be familiar with the accordion effect. And really what that's meaning is we have a new transcendent experience. We have an expansiveness that we've never had before, regardless of the practice, whether it's metta or it's something else. We're just in new territory, and we have new insights that come with it, and new amazement and awe and wonder. And generally, shortly after,
I also find that in the language, and of course this can't be avoided to a large extent, but here it almost can be avoided because there's not particular people that are being talked to right now. There's not a sangha that is being talked to right now from a teacher who's in that sangha. And for example, the Buddha could psychically see the mind of anyone that they were with, right? That has a kind of ableist sense to it, where there's a certain kind of language and there's a certain kind of structure that's being pre-imposed for the sake of itself. And I think that that's very stupid, fundamentally. And it goes back to that kind of self-interest over cooperation based on self-sacrifice concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And it's great that we have fancy clothes. I mean, I would definitely like to have his little golden thing. I'd like to have a whole suit, little robe made up of that golden little thing he's wearing. But, where is the point that our position as renunciates is not correlating with a real willingness to self-sacrifice and do deep collaboration rather than shallow collaboration? These are my students, this is my group, this is my channel, etc. And I'm not talking about being ridiculous, but we have a short time here, and this is a new environment that we find ourselves to be in. So what are we actually trying to do here? What are you actually trying to do here? What am I actually trying to do here? And in a certain sense,
after that, the personality gets triggered, and it's like, wait a minute. This is not what I signed on for. I am not in control of this. This is not okay. And so the personality does its best to get back into its structure, because with the transcendent experience, the personality material opens up. And that's where the personality gets scared. It's afraid it's going to go away, because we often have a relationship to our personality that it is the same as me. And so we get a sense of, wait a minute, if this thing goes any further, I might lose the me or the personality. And so it slams back as tight as it can get. Typically, it's not where it started, but if the realization or the experience is here, it's closer together. So people have a sense after having a deep transcendent experience of, well, I lost it, I did something wrong, I screwed up, I'm not good enough for this, some kind of negative self-talk. So I began talking about, no, it's just the accordion effect. It's got to come together, and that's where the integration, embodiment happens. Once that happens, And whatever, like one of my main instructions to students is to track congruent reaction.
And there's no doubt that that's what Mugen Roshi and Clear Mountain is doing and teaching as well, and their interest as well. I find a problem with commerciality. I find a problem with commercialness. And I'd like to see that commercialness be replaced with more accessibility and less presenting. Less presenting based on a particular person, a particular time, a particular situation, etc.
So anything that triggers you, where you get a glass in the restaurant with lipstick, do you just ask for a new glass or do you scream at the waitress or waiter? So the screaming at them is an overreaction. So something got triggered.
So that's ableism. That screaming is an overreaction. There's no absolute that if you receive a glass with lipstick on it, that is inherently overreaction. That's just made up. That's nonsense. I can see maybe what he's trying to say, but it's not appropriate to say that. And it's not Dhammic to say that. In a specific case, in a specific situation with specific people, could be a practical need, but generally or commercially, that is non-dharmic and is ableist in nature. And so I think that as Westerners, as Americans, there's a real deep discrimination based on the genocide of the Native Americans, slavery, that and reaching this kind of stopping point of what seems to be equality but is not true equality, based on the efficacy of greed, and trying to communicate with people that are lost in the sauce of that. I think it's going to be very difficult to actually activate people and bring people into the fold. And there is a discussion to be had here about differentiation, the subtles of differentiation, especially in a commercial view or a commercial tone that focuses on the prejudices rather than the specifics of the spiritual path, which I do not think is realistic. I don't think that what's going on here is very realistic in terms of disenfranchising differentiation. So we've reached the point where we'd say, well, we shouldn't discriminate against women, and that's good. But we haven't reached the point where we are saying we should not prejudge children, where we shouldn't prejudge animals. And then we get into environmentalism. And all of this brings us into a kind of transcendental, spontaneous responsibility of freedom. And that's what really allows these, I think, renunciate communities that can take all kinds of different forms to imbue or imbibe on awareness. And then we can start to do our recognizing of awareness.
By your getting that glass with lipstick, that probably hit somewhere in the core wound. So by tracking that, we begin to see patterns, we begin to see associations that then we can work as personal material. And that's what my book, Liberating the Self, is about, working some of those things like greed, hatred, anger, things like that, and learning to get to the vulnerability preceding that.
So it seems to be an unwillingness to address the hopelessness of self because of an emphasis on the efficacy of commercial success, whether it has to do with enlightenment or whatever it has to do with, which creates an actual hopeless situation. The hopeless situation of an isolated individual that could or couldn't become enlightened. let alone to create a pure land here on earth, or to provide for the basic necessities of all in the same way that the basic necessities of the Buddha were met and the Buddha's community were met.
Which opens us to the quality of the absolute that we're actually wanting to draw upon. So I forgot and then the stair step method is simply that moving. We have a new transcendent experience typically, so we step up, and then typically there's that integration, and that's what I was just speaking to. Was we start seeing all the things that don't fit anymore. I don't want to live my life doing this anymore. I want to change that to be more congruent, and.
So, in a sense, for me, commercially, there's too much of an appeal to a self in this. Less of this concern with the truth and more of this concern with commercial success or helping people that I find to be a little bit lacking. And so I see to inspire in myself that kind of real concern with the truth, being concerned with the truth of ever new impermanent nature, and to kind of step back from the putting on socially with Westerners that has seemed to create, financial success or commercial success for myself or for any teacher or community out there. Now Clear Mountain Monastery's success of commercial success. I think that it should not be related to commercial success, and that it's a cover-up, basically, for underlying principles based on greed that are at the core of the American psychosphere. And you have to do a lot of work to break out of that psychosphere, even if you have a real concern with meditation and the Dharma.
As I say it, we want the outside to match the inside is really the simple instruction. And so, but by framing it as a stair-step method, we get to that stair, then there's a plateau, and that's the integration and the personality changes. And once we've digested enough of the psychological material that arose from that realization, then we're often ready for the next step up in terms of transcendent experience, which is going to be followed by its own psychological material that's incongruent with the realization.
Do you feel that jhana practice or your practice with the Pa'ak system was helpful for allowing you to be able to shift into the ways of seeing not self?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, the main thing is because in the Pa'ak system, for a teacher to recognize or confirm jhana along with the jhana experience, there can't be any sense of self. There's no sense of me at all, and there's no thought. So those are revolutionary experiences on their own. If we went out to Pike's Market down there and we interviewed people, they would say, what happens when thoughts stop? If your thoughts stop, they'd say, well, I'm dead. Or, what happens when you don't have a sense of self? I'm dead, or I need to go to the psychiatric hospital. But it's something that we can experience in little bits, which do help us gain greater acclimation and acceptance of what we call non-self, no self in Buddhism.
So we're going to have to move over to Zoom in just a second, and we'll post a link to the
Comments, questions?
So it's December 27th, and we're on the cusp of the new year. 3 days from now, our beloved teacher, Propasno, will return from a year away. It's actually been a year and a month. And we are also lucky to have Ajahn Dhammo, another beloved teacher of ours, returning for the winter retreat. And then there's New Year's, and then a few days later we'll begin our winter retreat. And already, I think today we had 3 of our retreat crew members arrive, and I was just telling the retreat, during this time of retreat, we are very lucky to have a group of individuals, laity, who would like to support us during the retreat, and they follow the 8 precepts and practice with us, and also practice a lot of dana. It's an encouragement from them for the monks to put down some of our responsibilities and be able to devote more time to formal practice. So there's often a feeling of gratitude that comes up for that, joy. And for me, I was just mentioning to Tanrikito, like, relief. Okay, wow, 9 out of 11 are here already. And it's got a very wonderful feeling. And so it's an interesting time in the monastery because there's a lot of transition right now. Ajahn Yaniko, our abbot, has left for most of the 3 months of the retreat. He'll return briefly for Magha Puja, and hopefully he'll return as a preceptor, monk who in the Thai system can ordain monks. Propasno has been doing that for almost 30 years of Abhayagiri's history. So that's another lovely thing that's happening now with Ajahn Yaniko. And of course, welcoming back teachers who, for most of us, have they hold a very important role in our lives and in our hearts. So it's kind of for me, it's a lot of time of gratitude and happiness. And there's just a very good feeling right now. And we have several newer members of our community, 4 Anagarkas and 2 Samaneras. So I think for the Samaneras, this will be their 2nd retreat. And oftentimes when we think about our retreat, I mean, sometimes there's a feeling of dread, but oftentimes there's this interest and excitement and kind of looking forward to it. And I find it's a very good time, especially before one goes on retreat, and especially one like this where it's 3 months long, to really examine one's motives and to look at, what the qualities of mind are entering into this space. And this is a sacred space. This is a space where we are devoting ourselves to our spiritual.
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting point. There's not much to debate. We're not in feudal China or something. So there's not much to debate about the Theravada versus Mahayana. So for Theravada, these are people who are transfusing their personal life with renunciation and with the path to awakening, period. It has nothing to do with other people. It has nothing to do with commercial. It's zero to do with commercial success. Find the most destitute, lost out in the forest place with the other monks, with a master or a teacher. You go and live there. So you have to be totally insane as a person like we are to go to one of those places and then try to debate about, why aren't you out there doing things for me or for us? It's when the Mahayana comes into, or when the Theravada comes into the Mahayana, and or just Mahayana, and we talk about this social work, this social involvement. And that's when you can have a conversation about Clear Mountain Monastery and what this guy, what's that guy's name? The awakeningdharma.org guy, about what he's doing and his work. That's where you can have kind of a dialogue about that. But for somebody like this, it's, there's nothing to really argue about or discuss about, because it's a path of personal enlightenment and openness to what is, And sometimes that includes sharing the Dhamma, receiving support for those who want to support. And it's kind of very much in the flow of, what we know is the traditional Theravada Asian monastic life.
Do you have any issues with Theravada Buddhism?
No, there's no, you'd be, like I said, someone going to pursue their enlightenment. I mean, what are you going to bother people about what they're doing with their own lives? It doesn't make any sense. So it's just if they can have varying degrees of success, for sure. And you might have something to say, I might have something to say to a monk that I encounter wants to speak with me, or I want to speak with them about maybe their more efficacy in terms of their path for themselves. But that's totally a personal conversation, right? But for the Mahayana work or the Pure Land on Earth work, or, we're going to work with a lot of different people and you're going to give us $6 million for a monastery and we're going to build up a new thing, that's something else entirely. Because what this guy would probably tell to Ajahn Kunda, I'm not totally sure about that, but probably, what Ajahn Kunda would probably tell to Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Kovillo, and I heard that this is what was said, is stay and focus on your precepts. Stay and watch your activity more. There's no need for you to go out there and doing that. And who knows? I mean, this Dhamma talk was offered on December 27th, and its title is Having Good Intentions But Completely Missing the Point. And that would be from, maybe from a very Theravada perspective. But so for traditional Theravada, Thai forest, they would support somebody to go do that, but they wouldn't necessarily advise that person to do that as a monk. Their advice for that person as a monk might be to come and stay at the monastery, continue practicing. But if they're going to do that, then sure, you can support monks to try and do what they want to do, if they want to live that way.
We'll practice, and we're all agreeing to that. We've signed up for it. We're interested. We're motivated. But the motivation is something to kind of check to see what's going on. So right now, for example, and again, I don't think this is just for retreat time, but any time that we're thinking about our spiritual practice, this is a helpful reflection to think about what it is we're doing, why we're doing it. So when we're kind of right now, where we've kind of put aside a lot of the schedule and we have an open time. So there's just mostly tonight and then New Year's Eve.
What you may be able to hear in this, a total practicality. Total practicality. There's no idealism, there's no presentation, there's no wishful approach, there's no fundraising, there's no raising a communal kind of mentality about getting involved or getting towards enlightenment. He's living that, he's practicing through that for him, by and of himself, in that body and mind. So that's what the Theravada is kind of all about. The strict conservative Theravada, Thai forest, Ajahn Chah stuff.
Our usual kind of welcoming of the new year and all.
But then that can evolve. So like you can see someone like Ajahn Brahm, who probably started, he didn't want to go to Australia, but Ajahn Chah sent him there. And then he was like, okay, this is, I don't know what he was like, but he stayed there and he continued living there, I think because of his love for his teacher. But now there's a lot of outreach, there's a lot of progressive work, and because of that progressive mentality and that kind of motive, Ajahn Brahm is the Hahayana. So Ajahn Brahm has kind of spoke about this a bit, and he's actually been excommunicated from the Ajahn Chah tradition, legalistically, monastically, because of his choice to just help women to be nuns.
So what do you think about that? The lineage died, the Buddha's lineage died with the females, and he reignited it. He didn't really have any authority to do that. Not the authority of the Buddha, at least. So what do you think?
Theravada is not the Buddha's tradition. That's a very strong misnomer. Modern Theravada that we know it in this past 100 years in like Thailand or wherever is a revival. It's a revivalist movement. So like the most famous and well-regarded tradition in Theravada Buddhism is probably the Dhammayut Nikaya, the real Thai Forest Nikaya. And so it's not the tradition of the Buddha. The modern Theravada tradition, and that was just started like 100 years ago or 200 years ago by some king or some prince. The modern Theravada tradition is just as much traditional Buddhism as the modern Chinese tradition or the modern Korean tradition or the modern Vietnamese tradition. It's just kind of an evolution and a progress, but this Theravada doesn't have more of a direct line to Buddha than the Mahayana Theravada, the Mahayana Buddhism does. It's not more direct. And from the Buddha's perspective, there was no Nikayas. There was only the Buddha Nikaya. So the monastic lineage of the Buddha has nothing to do with modern Theravada. But Ajahn Brahm would say probably legalistically that he's correct. So we don't know about that. Do you want to ask Gemini?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flashlight as well.
Okay, so we're bringing in a context of modern Buddhism, specifically as it relates to the Ajahn Chah tradition, leading to Ajahn Brahm and his choice to ordain bhikkhunis, to make women monks officially, and how this relates to the legalistic values of traditional Theravada. Find source texts as much as possible. Oh, anyway, I just got the answer anyway. They're relying on commentaries that aren't from the Buddha. I remember when I first went to Thailand to ordain, and I hooked up with this monk, Ajahn. Anyway, he's a nice guy. I met him recently before I disrobed again. And at one point, he said something about women being not able to become enlightened, or women being, objectively less in some way in relationship to the Buddhism, right? And so I said, hey, and we were on a train, and this was very natural. We were and he's a scholar, he's a Pali scholar. So I said, hey, that doesn't sound quite right. Could you find me the source? It doesn't sound like that came from the Buddha. Could you sound me the source of that? And they have like apps and stuff that go through all the source terminology because he's a Pali scholar. So he has to memorize and know how to go through all these things. And he looked it up, and it was from the commentaries. It wasn't from the Buddha. So in traditional, like Thai Theravada, they rely on the commentaries for monastic law, but that doesn't actually relate to the Buddha.
Did the Buddha reject the female monks from ordaining for the first 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, well, that's smart. He's a smart guy. But eventually he said, okay.
But why? Why do you think he did that?
They just wouldn't leave him alone, and he's compassionate.
But why did he say no the first time?
It's well established that the Buddha said, or somebody said, that the Dharma age will be cut in half by the Buddha allowing women to become monks. And the Buddha is so compassionate for the practical human, that he said, okay, well, fuck it. If they really want it, they can have it. Really. And that's very realistic, because you got to think, well, we don't know, but if the Buddhist monastic order was only for men in a patriarchal society around the world, and that was another platform for men to support men and for women to be under men, that would have been much, much more successful.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Much, much more successful. So that's the Buddha's compassion. The Buddha's compassion is beyond practicality. And the Buddha's wisdom is also beyond practicality, which makes him so skillful in terms of practical things.
Theravada Buddhists practice the 227 precepts of Buddha.
Yeah.
And so in that way, they're more authentic Buddhism than any other tradition.
Mahayana has more precepts.
But
it's just, you're talking about Vinaya lineages, Vinaya traditions. So the 227 is what's known as the Theravada monastic Vinaya lineage, but it's like the Dharmagupta and the Mahayana Kuyaya, or something like that. So it all goes back to the time of the Buddha, just as much as modern Theravada Buddhism goes back to the time of the Buddha. It's just that this kept more of an Indian connection, and the Mahayana going into China and spreading out like that, it developed a new source route for culture and support that changed the outfits and different things like that. So like in Mahayana, it was culturally inappropriate to beg in China. So they had to shift their way and stuff to work in that environment and that system, which they were very successful in doing. You know, Chinese Buddhism is one of the richest forms of Buddhism that exist.
But this is more of a niche tightrope walk. It's much more intense than anything else.
Well, there's monastic law, right? So in terms of monastic law, you could, and one time I asked this to Ajahn, this is also another great Ajahn Suchart. Talk about an Arupa Ajahn, or whatever it is. And he's like the head, English-speaking head of the Dhammayutta Nikaya, a Thai monk. And I asked him in a Zoom meeting once, I said, okay, so if you have a monk that breaks all the precepts all the time, except for the parajikas, having sex with a woman, those kinds of things, you know, what kind of monk would he be, or what would that be? You know, it's a funny question, right? And there was a bunch of lay people there. And he said, well, that person wouldn't be a monk. And very practically, that's true, because it wouldn't make sense for you to be a monk, but you're not practicing along with what's being taught, right? And so legalistically, though, you could be a monk with a girlfriend, with a wife, that you kiss and cuddle but don't have sex with, and you would still be a bhikshu, legally. Now, would the villagers kill you? Yeah, they probably would. But legalistically, you would still be a monk. So it's kind of very, you know what I mean? Yeah, we've been thinking about you, Midi Duck, and we've been really enjoying your music. Talk about vibes, man. It's fantastic. Yeah.
I mean, the most significant rule for monastics is the touching of the money.
No, that's not a significant rule. This
One of
is
the most significant.
no, but it's not significant. It's actually insignificant. Well, first of all, it's not a sangha desesa, so it's a bigger rule to break, to masturbate and orgasm, and you could masturbate without orgasm and not break that precept. But so like in modern monasticism all over Asia, monks receive money as donations. But what's often presented to Western people, especially armchair Buddhists, is this conservative, idealistic vision of a monk that's great, that's fine, that's more in line with the scripture and the rules and regulations, but does not actually align up to the modern monastic system. So it's like if you are a Western layperson and you're developing this standard of monks not being able to use money, but monks all over Asia use money, that's a little bit problematic. Even ajahns, even Arupa ajahns, even lumpals. So, for example, there was a monk, a Czech monk, who was very, very famous, the most famous white monk in Myanmar, and Myanmar is an entirely Buddhist state, okay? And at one point, he started to talk about monks using money and how this was not allowed. And he had a lot of followers and stuff because he mastered the Burmese language. Super intelligent guy, and he's since disrobed. And I remember I made fun of him when he disrobed, and then a little bit later I disrobed. So he actually got taken to court. He got taken to monastic court in Myanmar, which is very, very serious. They can defrock you. They can take away your robes but through that. He knew how to defend himself. He knew how to do all the right things. So, but they gave him a legal status as a monk that you can only talk about that as it relates to the Dharma. You cannot interpret and point out other monks using money or talk about anything like that.
Yeah.
Not allowed to do it. So as a Western person, if you want to have this high, position of the monks that you follow, that's fine. But if you're new to Buddhism and you're taking a higher position than literally Sayadaws and Arupa Ajahns and leaders of monastic community to judge monks, that doesn't really make any sense. That's not so what monks do is mainly the business of monks, unless you're a supporter, unless it's a temple that you donate to and support. But just holding on to that ideal and then like crucifying, monks, or there's the idea of monks that don't align with your ideal is kind of ridiculous. As someone who's not a supporter, not a volunteer, not a donor, doesn't have anything to do with these temples or places.
So what do you think of the 2,000 or 5,000 year prophecy that the Buddha said that it would last 5,000 years and it would get cut in half? Do you think the Buddha's Dharma is dying, or is it flourishing, or is it going to...
No. It's very likely dying, because if you look at the core of what allowed Buddhism to be very amazing and reach people, it was a lack of access to sensual desire repetition. Sensuality. So people back then, they didn't have access to sensuality in that way, in the way that we do now. So your access to jhanas, for example, your access to deep meditation, for example, is totally on the crux of you being able to not be in the sloth and the falling through and the compulsion of flipping your sensual switch. So now with modern technology and how everybody can flip their sensual switch all the time, the meditation or the samadhi that actually allows people to receive the Dhamma, the openness, the receptivity just isn't there. So I think it will become less so as time goes by, for sure. For sure. And it's already happening in the monasteries. Because let's say 50 years ago, even just 50 years ago, right? 40 years ago, 30 years ago, in Myanmar, Buddhist countries, you have monastic institutions all around the world. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of young men who are brought into these systems of sutra study, practice, etc., and in a very social kind of way, and then maybe 1 out of 10,000 become a great monk. Even then, even back then, 1 out of a few become a great monk. Now, all these monks want smartphones. They want access to smartphones. They want access to social media. And that access is going to get them into an algorithm of sensual perpetuation. So there's going to be less and less and less and less good monks and verified monks and bona fide monks as time goes by, for sure. And the corruption of the Sangha and the lack of efficacy in the path, etc., is just going to be more and more and more.
I remember Bhikkhu telling me this in the Forest Hermitage in Ontario, Canada. He said that some wise monk, something like 700 years ago, predicted that when the iron bird flies and the iron horse runs, the Buddha's Dharma will die.
I mean, just think about it. I know we get very crazy and wild on the live streams and stuff, but look at the repetition and the hundreds and the thousands of people that just aren't curious about anything, let alone something deep, spiritual, experience. They're not curious about anything. Even if you're literally totally losing your mind, totally in every way losing your mind, people are not curious about that. They don't care. That's how desensitized people are and disassociated people. It's a desensitization. Because for me, it doesn't make any sense at all. Even when I was in the Mongolian graveyard and I was going completely crazy, yelling and screaming, and hundreds, every day, tens of thousands of people watching the live streams, and there would just be almost no people that came back and said, "Hey, what is this? How is it possible?" Because factually, I know that you're just some kind of homeless guy wearing spiritual materialist or whatever, but factually, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You know what I mean? I've trained with meditation and masters all over the world. So I'm not just acting crazy. I'm not just, I'm going to get a social media, I'm going to make money or whatever. It's not just that. So why wouldn't there be a regular inflow of people that just show up and say, "Hey, what is this?"
At the same time, I think technology is going to make this more available. And as our needs get taken care of, people will naturally start to think, okay, what's the next thing? What's the deeper thing? At least some people. So we'll see how things progress.
Yes, we will.
On that thought, Ajahn Chah is known to be enlightened or an arhat. So maybe we can watch his video later and decode him.
And hoping Lumpur will give the talk. We'll see how he's doing. Jet lag. Or maybe Ajahn Kurun demo. But this is a great time to kind of think about, like, well, for the monastics, I'd like to ask, like, well, what's it been like the last few days? We've had no schedule, nothing going on, really. Just sometimes passing on duties, no morning or evening puja, no organized work period. What's that been like? Has that been something helpful? Or are you noticing anything? Are you questioning anything about what's happening during this time? Because, a lot of the retreat will have plenty of time like this, and we will need to guide ourselves. And even, and for the retreat crew, it's the same. There will be these times that there'll be an open schedule. There are times that we'll have group practice, pujas, and some structure, and then again, not. And this isn't as much as we might look forward to retreat time, and kind of we might think like, oh, great, I'll have some time on my own. And it's not really, it's not usually that easy to engage in a retreat like this, even with structure or without. It's a very difficult practice. And I remember over the years, I actually just thought like, oh, how many retreats has this been? Okay, it's been 20 3-month retreats for me. So that's 5 years. And when I thought about that, I thought, oh, it doesn't feel like 5 years on retreat for 5 years. But over time, it's something that we want to build skill and understanding with how we're engaging with it. And one of the things that might be occurring now is that there might be some excitement about knowing what it is. I put some of the schedule up in the monks' room and what we'll be doing and who's doing what when. The chores are kind of spelled out. Even the 2 monastics who'll be helping with the dishwashing each day, rotation. So there's a sense of looking at those and a lot of interest. I remember when anything like that was posted, I had a lot of interest. I could grasp my future. It was there in my hands right in front of me. I could know this is when I'm doing this, and this is when I'm doing that. And there seemed to be some security in that, some sense of like,
excuse me. Shiva, I want you to take a look at this. So, look here. This is the Tabarwa Live YouTube page. Okay. Constantly putting out live streams every day with hundreds of monks and nuns. Hundreds of monks and nuns every day, and lay people and whoever. We're going to get there. So if you look at this, you might think that this is some kind of, contrived, superfluous, self-interested kind of meditation retreat. But in fact, this is totally open to everyone and anyone forever. If all the people who watched your, and it's really something to talk about, and it's something really interesting and powerful. If all the people that have watched, I don't want to be too strong, but because it is like that, but let's stay balanced. If all the people that have watched your full day in the life log and recent stuff like that, right? Let's say 50, 100, 150 people. If all of those people wanted to what? What could, become monks, but even more vague or general than that. What would they maybe want to do?
Attain some spiritual attainments or wisdom.
Some kind of attainment, or they wanted to have some kind of spiritual experience or journey or connect with monks, right? So they got to go through a bunch of hoops. They got to sign up. They got to find this place, that place. Everybody's got to find a different place. They can't go, two people can't go to the same place together. It's too much, right? Or three people together. Well, I mean, what's going on here? No monastery, you know, I don't care if you're Ajahn Chah, anyway, it's not going to accept you. Literally. And it's one of those things where we don't understand what $1 million is, or what like the difference in size between the earth and the sun is, right? We don't, it's not, you see what I'm saying about that? It's not tangible because our brains are a certain way. If all of those people, 150 people plus the 32 people that are watching this right now, okay, showed up today at midnight, at 2 a.m., and marched on this monastery, on Sayadaw, on that monk right there, there's no question that they would all be accepted and taken care of indefinitely. Where do they want to go? Are we going to go to India? Are we going to go to America? Are half the people going to go to Thailand? Half the people going to go to Myanmar? Another half of people, you know, going to go stay in India? Literally now. Without question. There's no question. There'd be no wait a minute. There would be zero wait a minute. That's fucking crazy. Now find me another teacher, find me another meditation center, find me another monastery, find me another monk that is in that position that's offering something like that. Totally incomprehensible.
Why doesn't it get more views?
Well, maybe the technology is just not there yet.
Well, they're using a mirror. Smart.
Yeah, yeah. Limitless with capital letters. Shelley says this is in Thailand. So everybody could show up to Thailand tomorrow. And whatever this is, I don't care if there's 1 million people there. Whatever this is, he would shift towards the needs of those people immediately.
Let's hear him speak.
Well, this is we'll find an English video because it's a Myanmar retreat in Thailand. It looks like, yeah.
Do you have videos of him?
I was thinking about that earlier. There's a big compendium of documents and videos and resources for years and years.
Myanmar would like to ask Theodore from the Dhamma point of view. So we have some questions for Theodore. And so the first question is, how should Myanmar citizens understand and accept the election?
For the Myanmar people in Myanmar, election become more and more familiar. Like the other countries in the world, Myanmar is also changing to democracy by
You know, I'll tell you, because I've been through this many times. It seems interesting. It seems like there's things going on. It seems like it's something you'd want to be there. You'd want to be a part of what's going on. And immediately, any notion of that dissolves. And you're just in hell. Maybe a little bit of, hey, good to see you again, etc. And then immediately everything is in hell. Yeah. I've gone through that multiple times, and then every time I would say, okay, I know what to expect. I know it's going to be bad. I know it's going to be the worst. And nothing is going to line up with me or what I want to do or my hopes or expectations or anything. It's going to be the worst. And then I'll go there and I will get slammed with the reality.
Yeah.
And it's not, and he doesn't need to force people into a meditation schedule or like force people to practice a certain way or anything like that. The limitless kind of space that he creates forces that energy into you in a very holistic way. Yeah, and this is where this guy is a fucking... he is the evilest, most powerful spirit you will ever meet in your life. This guy is evil. Evil. Shiva, I am not joking. This is the evilest person you will ever see in your life to help you, to wake you up. He is the hardest master you will ever... And he operates hive minds. This guy is fucking... Oh my God. You don't get to fight with him. You get to fight with his hive mind. This guy is on another level, man. This is full on. This is why I got fucked up in India, because I wanted to pick a fight. This is not, I'm serious, man. This is not like 100%. And he does not stop. He does not stop. And if you try to be nice, so you say, Seattle, you've been awake for 2 days straight teaching, and he's falling asleep on his teaching platform, literally teaching, and you say, Seattle, let's let Seattle go to sleep. He'll slap you in the face and say, I don't need to sleep. I can't tell you what I got myself into with him and his group, full on hive mind. And he's talking about it in this video that Shelley just sent. Listen to what he says in this video.
Pop it out. Video.
Yeah.
What does that mean, hive mind?
It means that I don't want to explain it because I'm not prepared to explain it, but let's see what he says in this video.
Yogi Bhavadu, Nilan, Joma, Paishin Chidamura, Yasa Yawan. He Ludiauni in a Thidiaro, Kaya, Pinyadi. I Pinyadi, Tomiyama, the Mudia Jam Chide, Luka Tisa, Mega Tisa, Jamdia Jam. Nale go yashi ne niyoda thissa so le niban chanda le po kan ne kan ye achu pi de po le da yoတရားတွေနာတရားစာတွေဖတ်ရှုပါလက်တွေ့လဲတီလာဆောင်ထင်းနဲ့အများကျိုးဆောင်ရည်နဲ့တရားအားထုတ်ပါလေစိတ်ကိုထိမ့်ပေါ့ကိုယ်စိတ်ကောသူတို့ပါစိတ်စုပေါင်းထားတဲ့စိတ်တွေကိုလည်းထိမ့်
So the hive mind, you're asking about the hive mind, right? It's consensual control of the collective mind. And the not consent, yeah, but consent is also can be revoked by his authority over the mind and the collective mind. or anyone's, right? And he's able to do that because of how detached he is. So it's not really him that's doing that, but cause and effect only of ever new impersonal nature. Oh my God.
နောက်ပြီးတော့ကိုယ်မှာဖြစ်တဲ့လောဘဒေါသမောဟရောသူတစ်ပါးမှာဖြစ်တာအများမှာဖြစ်တဲ့လောဘဒေါသမောဟတွေပေါ့သူပေါင်းပြုလုပ်တဲ့အဖွဲ့အစည်းတွေမှာဖြစ်တဲ့လောဘဒေါသမောဟတွေကိုရှုတတ်အောင်ပေါ့သူတစ်ပါးရဲ့အပြစ်ရှာမဲ့အစားပေါ့လေကိုယ့်အပြစ်ပေါ့ကာယကံဝစီကံအမှားတွေရှာမဲ့အစားမနောကံအမှားတွေပေါ့ကိလေသာရဲ့အကြောင်းကိုသိအောင်ကိလေသာရဲ့အပြစ်တွေကိုမြင်အောင်ကြိုးစားအားထုတ်ရတယ်
So one of the elements of this whole situation, right, is that the path to victory that's described in Buddhism by the Buddha is first of all leaving everything that was convenient and pleasant and pleasing. So that's first. You leave everything that was, you were a king, you were a prince, you had everything. Now you go out to be a sadhu because you realize the suffering, the impending doom of the body and mind, sickness, old age, death. You go and be a meditation master. Now you're a meditation master, a way out there meditation master. And you realize that even though I'm a way out there meditation master, I'm still suffering. So you go and sit under a tree until your bone, until you can touch your spine through your stomach. And then that doesn't even work, and you give up. And somebody's coming by and says, here's a bowl of rice. And you say, well, I might as well. You sit that, and then you say, okay, I'm fucking done. I'm going to sit here until I die. Okay? Then you're sitting there until you die, and then Mara appears. And Mara says, well, what about luxury? What about really nice things, beautiful women, all these spirits? You know, your mind creates all this, so you can experience whatever you want to experience in your mind. And then when that doesn't work, torture, hell, unimaginable suffering, unimaginable fear and terror, and you sit through that without moving. And then you're free. So for that, you know, that's kind of what I'm saying is that from the view of a normal person who's interested in enlightenment, this is the last thing that you ever want to go through in your life, and you're fully unwilling to go through it. And you would never even want to posit going through it. So there's this contrast, or there's this kind of duality about this idea of compassion, this idea of wisdom, this idea of enlightenment that does not line up with what enlightenment is actually talking about and means. So when I talk about, you know, trying to get it in my head that I knew better what to do or what to say in this situation, and I was going to do this and that in relationship to him, and the hell that I went through, and his compassion was to allow me to go through that hell. To see the lack of efficacy in grasping and seeking and conventional understanding and pursuing power and fame and wealth and status and all these kinds of things. Which is, of course, what you'll find in a meditation retreat, but it's, I think, very disconnected from like the raw, natural way of practicing that he embodies. Because to see the dangers of the defilements is to know hell very clearly and closely.
ဒီအလုပ်တွေကိုပြည့်ညတ်ပြီးတုံးပြီးတော့ကြိုးစားအားထုတ်ကြကနေပြီးတော့မှစီးပွားရှာရင်တရားထုတ်ရင်လည်းတရားနှလုံးသွင်းရင်လည်းစီးပွားရှာတဲ့အလုပ်ပေါ့လေဒီလားတရားဆိုတာကဘာဝနာတွေမကအောင်သီလလည်းပါတယ်ဒါနလည်းပါတယ်ကုသိုလ်ပြည့် တရားထုတ်တာကုလိုပြည့်စီးပွားရှာတဲ့သဘောမျိုးတွေမှာပါလာပါအဲ့လိုလက်တွေ့ပြုလုပ်ခြင်းအဖြစ်ဒီလောကီခုလိုနိုင်ငံရေးပေါ့ပညာရေးကျန်းမာရေးတွေရောတစ်ခါကဌာနတိလာဘာဝနာကောင်းမှုခုလိုအရေးတွေကိုယောဂီတယောက်အနေနဲ့အားထုတ်တဲ့အခါကျမှတရားတန်ခါရဲ့အကူအညီကိုယူရအောင်ကြိုးစားတဲ့အခါကျမှပညာကောပရမတ်ကောပါလေလောကီရောလောကုတ္တရာရောဒီမိုကရေစီရောအာဏာရှင်စနစ်ဆိုတာတွေရောကုလိုရောအကုလိုရောဒါတွေကိုမှန်ကန်တဲ့နားလည်မှုနဲ့ကုလိုဖြစ်အောင်အကုလိုတွေကျော်နေအောင်သုံးတဲ့နီးလန်းတွေကိုတရားရိပ်သာတွေလည်းဝင်ကိုယ်တိုင်လည်းကျင့်ကြံအထောက်ရင်းနဲ့လိလာဝင်ရရှိတာပေါ့လေအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်လေစီပွားရှာတဲ့အလုပ်ကောရှာပွေထားတဲ့မြအောင်ကိုယ့်အကိုကိုပြီးတော့ပညာတတ်စီပွားရေးမှတယောက်ဖြစ်အောင်ကြိုးစားခဲ့မြအောင်ရောဒီတရားတန်ခါအတွက်ဆွတ်လွတ်လူဒန်းနိုင်တဲ့ကောင်းမှုကုသိုလ်တွေကိုလုပ်ခွင့်ရရှိပါတာပေါ့လေအဲ့တော့ကိုကျိုးမရှာတော့ဘူးပေါ့အများကျိုးပဲဆောင်တော့မယ်ပတ်စံမရှာတော့ဘူးပေါ့လောကီအဖို့ကြီးရှာမနေတော့ဘူးပေါ့ကုသိုလ်ပဲရှာတော့မယ်ပေါ့လေကုသိုလ်ပဲဆူတောင်းတော့မယ်ပေါ့တရားတန်ခါပဲအားကိုးတော့မယ်အဲ့ဒီလိုမျိုးတရားတန်ခါတော့မှနောက်ဆုံးကြတော့ကိုပြုတဲ့ဌာနကိုစောင့်တဲ့သီလကိုကျင့်တဲ့ဘာဝနာတရားတွေရတာဒါကိုယ့်ရဲ့အားကိုးရာအစ်စ်ပဲဆိုပြီးကိုလုံးမှကိုရမှာပဲဆိုတဲ့ကိုတာအားကိုးရာအစ်စ်ဆိုတာလေကိုပြုတဲ့ဌာနသီလဘာဝနာတွေပြုခဲ့တာတွေပြုနေတာတွေဒါတွေရတာလေကိုယ့်ရဲ့ကုသိုလ်ကောင်းမှုပဲဆိုတာနားလည်လာတော့လက်တွေ့ကြတဲ့ဒါနသီလဘာဝနာလုပ်တွေအဆက်မပြတ်လုပ်ဖြစ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားညာကနေပဲဒါလူဘဝရောလောကီပိုင်ဆိုင်မှုတွေရောဆွလွတ်နိုင်ဘုန်းကြီးဝတ်လာနိုင်တာပေါ့ဝိကျန်တာတွေလည်းလောကီစကားပြောဆိုတာတွေပေါ့လေလောကီစိတ်တွေပေါ့ဒါတွေကဆွလွတ်နိုင်ပြီးတော့မှတရားထုတ်ရတာဆွလွတ်နိုင်အောင်ကြိုးစားပြီးတော့မှတရားထုတ်ရတာပေါ့လေပြီးတော့မှအခါပြန်ပြီးတော့
So striving to be able to renounce is what allows meditation to take place. Meditation is an active process of renunciation. So as deep as you want your meditation to be, it has to correlate to the practical elements of your life, your possessions, your identity in this way of renunciation. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how much you meditate, it won't work.
အားဟောတဲ့အခါရိတ်တာတွေတည်ထောင်တဲ့အခါဒုက္ခတွေပေါင်းစုံကိုကုညီရတဲ့အခါကျတော့ငကိုကကိုလုတ်ခဲ့တယ်လို့အငါငါနဲ့မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးပေါ့လေဘယ်သူပဲပါဆိုတာကြီးမဟုတ်တော့ပဲဘာမှညာမှဆိုတဲ့ဘယ်ချိန်မှဘယ်နေရာမှဆိုတဲ့စုပ်ကန်မှုတွေဟိုဆွတ်လွတ်ပြီးတော့မှဒါပြုလုပ်ပဲပြုလုပ်ရမယ်အတိမယူရဘူးမစုပ်ကန်ရဘူးပေါ့လေ ဒီလိုမှန်ကန်တဲ့နားလည်မှုနဲ့ဒီလောကကြီးကတက်ရှိတဲ့မဲ့တွေကဘာနဲ့တာမှမရှိတာဘာမှမဟုတ်တာကိုနားလည်ပြီးတော့ဒီလူမှုရေးတွေလောက်ရတာတရားရေးတာတွေတည်ထောင်ရတာပေါ့နော်ဒီလိုတရားတွေပေါ်ကြတဲ့အလုပ်ကိုပြုလုပ်ရတာပေါ့ငါမဟုတ်မှန်းသိပြီးတော့မှကိုယ့်ဘဝကို
So the transcendental aspect to this that goes directly back to the Buddha allowing women to be monks is that the whole world, the possibility to benefit the whole world, is not as important as the possibility to allow that person to cultivate doing good deeds. So it has nothing to do with mutually established standards of what's right or what's skillful or what's appropriate. So that's what he does. He will empower anyone to do what they want to do, concerned with what they believe to be the path, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha. That's what you'll encounter again and again, is the stupidest, greediest, arrogant people like me just going around doing whatever they want, and he won't stop them unless a special case, special situation. But the principle is just to help that person, to allow that person to go through what they have to go through and to try through their own experience.
Has he ever stopped you or told you, no, don't do that?
Well, I told you about that time that he stopped me.
I forgot.
I was sitting there meditating next to him, and he kind of... So was that him? Was that me? Was that real? It's ever new and permanent nature. But that was my experience. And what I brought myself to after going through that, because when you sit and meditate with this guy, when you sleep at this nearby with this guy in the same room as this guy, your mind is being like flooded with DMT or something. Like you go through these processes and these experiences that are like traveling at super speed or things like that. And
what? Any stories that come to mind?
Well, just the main was it was all building up to what I went through in India, and had this kind of 5D experience where. So if I was watching a Dharma talk, right, that Dharma, as much as that person was just like giving a Dharma talk, they were talking to me, in me, of me, from me. And I couldn't avoid that everywhere that I went. Everything was like that. And I tell you, if I did not have this like belief in what he taught about taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, I probably never would have got out of there. Now, I was probably keeping myself in there by doing that as well. But that's what allowed me, I think, to come out, free from these ideas and beliefs and crazy, things that were coming into my mind at that time. This attachment to these experiences that I was having.
Was he there with you in India?
Yeah.
In Kumakumala?
He didn't go to that with me because I was just so reckless. I was like, at one point I had lost my iPhone in Thailand, and so I was just flipping out saying, I need a ride to go buy a new iPhone. And he said, I'll give you my iPhone. You don't need to go tonight. You don't need to go now. Because I was in a flurry. I mean, and that's his situation. Like, that's how he is, according to your need. So if the need of that person concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha is to be in control or to have authority over this situation, he would just allow that and support that because he's meeting the needs of that person, not trying to make them be different than how their energy is going. And he doesn't care. He's not callous. There's no callousness in him, right? But he doesn't care either. He's detached. So there's nothing about the appearance to the community or what you're doing. He's just tuned in to that experiencing that's happening. He's not thinking about it in that way unless it's a special circumstance or what have you. Like someone's going around trying to kill people or whatever, well, then he'll probably put him in a cage. Literally, And a big part of my experience with his work and his practice as well has just been that there's not a Western momentum, there's not a Western receptivity to the depth of his teachings and the broadness and the limitlessness of what he intends to do. It's too deep, it's too big, and there's not, for whatever reason, there's not a receptivity to it. And so in my following with him and my, because I'm very arrogant, thinking of myself as skillful and being able to communicate and being able to organize. And, I had this big following as a monk and, had all this support and all that. So all that arrogance gets in me, but there's nothing for me to do in Vietnam. There's nothing for me to do in Myanmar. There's nothing for me to really do while I'm following. Even if I am authorized as a meditation master by him, as a Dhamma teacher by him, I don't speak Burmese. And a lot of what goes on at the monasteries and in the life in this environment is cultural. And so I was almost kind of looking for him to come up and say, to empower me or to give me some kind of recognition from the other people. Because I'd put in all this work, I had such, my idea, such this deep experience and connection to his teaching. So, why am I not seen in this particular way? So there's a kind of a lack of that integration with Western involvement where I can take a position. And the people that do follow and support, usually do not understand his teachings specifically, but they understand his seriousness and his depth as a traditional monastic and his meditation power and his wisdom power and all that. So it's not just you get it, so go and fuck shit up or whatever. The more that you get it, the more responsibility you have to just detach.
The food is getting cold.
Go and eat.
Already ate.
သူတို့ဘာဘဝတွေကိုသုံးချတာမျိုးပါပညာဆိုတာတကယ်မဟုတ်မှန်းသိနေမယ်လေအဲဒါကိုမပယ်ပဲနဲ့သုံးရုံတက်တက်သုံးတတ်အောင်ပါလေကြိုးစားရတာပရမတ်ဆိုတာလေဒါငါတရားငါနားလေတာငါတရားရသွားတာဒီလိုမျိုးစုပ်ကံမှုတွေမပါပဲနဲ့ပေါ့ဒါနသီလဘာဝနာအလုပ်တွေကိုကိုယ်အတွက်ရောအများအတွက်ပါသုံးချတတ်အောင်ကြိုးစားရတဲ့အလုပ်ပေါ့ဒါတွေက1999ကစပြီးတော့မှခုချိန်ကြီးပေါ့ဒီဇိုင်းမမှန်ပြုလုပ်ရင်းနဲ့အများကိုလည်းသင်ပေးရင်းနဲ့မှတဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့ပို့ပြီးတော့နားလည်လာတာပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ကိုယ်အားကိုယ်ပြီးတော့ကြိုးစားမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီလိုပြည့်ညက်တွေကိုပေါ့လေလူတွေဆိုတော့လည်းဒါပြည့်ညက်တွေနဲ့ပဲအလုပ်လုပ်ကြတာဆိုတော့စိတ်ထဲမှာလည်းရှိကြတာဆိုတော့မပင်မတွေ့ဘဲနဲ့သုံးသက်သုံးတတ်ဖို့ဆိုတာမလွယ်ကူလာဘူးပေါ့ခုလိုတရားအလုပ်ကိုအဓိကထားပြီးတော့ကျင့်ကြံအားထုတ်ခြင်းအပြင်တော့ဒါတရားတန်ခါရဲ့စွန့်ရည်တတိတွေပေါ့လေသုံးယုံတက်သုံးချခြင်းဆိုတဲ့အမှန်တရားကိုသုံးတတ်လာမှာပေါ့နော်ဟိုဆရာတော်ခုရှင်းပြတာထက်ဆိုင်ပေါ့ဆရာတော်ကတဘာတရားဣတာကိုလာလိုက်ဒီမှာဆရာတော်တို့လုပ်တဲ့အလုပ်တွေကိုတတ်နိုင်တော့ဝမ်းကူလုပ်လိုက်ဆရာတော်နောက်ကိုလိုက်လို့ရတော့လိုက်အဲ့လိုမျိုးလက်တွေ့သင်နေတာကတော့အခုချိန်မှာပို့ပြီးတော့မှနားလေသဘောပေါက်လွယ်တယ်လေဒီတိုင်းပြောရတာတော့လက်တွေ့မပါတဲ့အခါကျတော့ပြောရတာလည်းခက်ဒီမှာလာနေတယ်ပြီးတော့အားထုတ်တယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒါနားလေရတာပို့လွယ်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီလိုနားလည်မှုတွေနဲ့ပဲပညာကောပရမတ်ကောပေါ့နော်ဆရာတော်တရားဝိပဿနာတရားလည်းဟောတယ်ပရိဒတ်တွေလည်းလုပ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ဝိပဿနာရဲ့အာယုံကပရမတ်ပရိဒတ်ဆိုတာပညာအဲ့တော့ဒါကြီးကိုတစ်ခုစလုံးကိုတပြိုင်နဲ့ဆိုတာတရားထုတ်ရင်းနဲ့ပရိဒတ်လို့ပေါ့ပရိဒတ်လို့ရင်းနဲ့တရားပြဆိုတာကျတော့တကယ်ကိုမိသားတစ်ဖက်ရင်မို့တစ်ဖက်လို့ပြောရတာမျိုးပေါ့လေခက်ခဲတယ်ပေါ့မလုပ်ရင်တော့လုပ်တတ်မှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဒါတွေလည်းလုပ်တယ်ဆိုတော့ဝိပဿနာရဲ့အာယုံကပရမတ်ပရိဒတ်ဆိုတာပညာအဲ့တော့ဒါကြီးကို နှစ်ခုစလုံးကိုတပြိုင်နဲ့ဆိုတာတရားထုတ်ရင်းနဲ့ပရိုက်တာလို့ပေါ့ပရိုက်တာလို့ရင်းနဲ့တရားပြဆိုတာကျတော့တကယ်ကိုမိသားတစ်ဖက်ရေမိုးတစ်ဖက်လို့ပြောရတာမျိုးပေါ့လေခက်ခဲတယ်ပေါ့မလုပ်ရင်တော့လုပ်တတ်မှာမဟုတ်ဒါမဲ့လည်းဒီလိုလုပ်တတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားတဲ့အခါကျတော့လေနှစ်ခုစလုံးကိုပေါ့အများကိုကဲတဲ့အလုပ်ပေါ့ဒီတရားပြတဲ့အလုပ်ကိုဥပဒနာတရားတွေပြတဲ့အလုပ်တွေ
So for whatever reason, this is pure Mahayana. In a very real sense, in terms of liberating other beings, like bodhisattva work. And so his intention is 100% to create meditation centers anywhere and everywhere where anyone and everyone can come and live and do good deeds and be concerned with the Dhamma limitlessly. 100% limitlessly. And that is primarily about education centers, hospitals, homeless shelters, drug addiction shelters. Everything, orphanages, single mothers' homes, everything, anything. So that's his aspiration. And he's already in such a position to do that. It's just a matter of time. So I asked him once on the way to, at the airport, I think we were probably on the way to India. And I said, when is there going to be, like a nice meditation center in the city, in the nice location, in the nice place? And he said that will come towards the end. So anybody who wants to do serious spiritual work for whatever reason and wants to be involved in a tradition, because what happens is once these traditions become more and more established, there's less and less access to be involved unless it's commercial. So this is the guy, man. 100%. And this guy is as pure as he's willing to get dirty. This guy is 100% this is the guy. But the investment that it takes to go and practice with him and be under him and train with him is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And when I say that, I mean absolutely horrible. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Shelley. What an offering. What a donation. Thank you very much. And that was just given a couple days ago. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely incredible. And people just don't get how accessible this is, how real this is, how meaningful this is, how many resources are on the table here. It's totally humbling, and it makes these other institutions and groups look pathetic by comparison, fundamentally. Not necessarily specific ajahns or Zen masters, etc., but the various organizations kind of stumbling around with their different premises and works that have kind of retired in a very real sense. And Sayadaw's work is to never retire, and to be able to contact and be in connection with a living Dharma master like this today, one of the last of his kind. Really. So, I tell people, make sure that you've got your loans and your credit cards and your gold bullion ready for when I call on you. That's nothing compared to what's on the table with Sayadaw. And making sure that your affairs are in order and that your practice and your concern with the path of ending suffering is robust, and getting ready to do revolutionary work and activities. Well, thank you for being here. And this, I think about this, we all need our time, and we need to, take care and recuperate and integrate and all that stuff. It's great. But when it really comes down to it, one of the biggest resources that Sayadaw is offering and is on the table here is the resource to help and to give and to volunteer in practical application concerned with the path. And we are looking for those millionaire donors. We are looking for those stores of treasure and gold bullion to create conditions where it's more practical and sustainable for Westerners to go in and do this work and create communities in this kind of nucleus that Sayadaw has created of need. And those resources are already primarily there. So it's really in terms of the work of the body and the mind, and I hope that I'm able to offer some semblance of continuity that allows people to, kind of maintain their investment in their health of their body and mind, not just for themselves, but for others as well. This is very real. This is realer than our personal trauma. This is realer than our personal story. This is realer than the house that we own and things like that, and etc. Not because it has to be real or because those are the facts, because it's just so wonderful and so rich and so vital and so alive that it's undeniable. Well, sounds like me, Middy Duck. People make mistakes. People are human. Don't let it destroy any faith. That's kind of a stupid way to look at things, Middy Duck. And I know that it's a lot of people are kind of reared in that way, in that approach, in that perspective. But fundamentally, if we have a gay orgy as a monk and then we have to stop being a monk, so what? If we misappropriate a bunch of funds for our personal enjoyment, so what? Come on. That's not what the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha is about. And if anything, this is a kind of, our Dharma teachers are someone who we have to create some kind of interpersonal relationship with that gives us these principles and practices that make dissolving the interpersonality of direct experiencing very valid and realistic, concerned with the path of ending suffering. It's like, you could say the same thing, Middy Duck. I've been spending time with a friend, with this Dharma teacher, and it's just so happened that I was over at their house and I went into the bathroom after them, and they had shit, an incredible amount, and they flushed the toilet, but there was shit all over the place and it stunk like hell. So I've lost faith in the Dharma. No, we're all on this path together. And these Dharma masters that are in the realm of the absolute, a kind of idealism, is not the idealism that would be comfortable for us. And rather, it's their practical, continued reinvestment and application that makes that relationship alive. I didn't think my Dhamma teacher could shit like that, And it can be very real, but also we need to kind of broaden our perspective when it comes to the Dharma to not have this myopic, self-fixated view of someone here or there. So a kind of faith in truth.
you know the person that makes that music.
Yeah, they're calling people students, as you know, but they're a member of the sangha. They're a very real member of the sangha. So I'm really impressed, and I'm very proud, Midi Duck. I'm very proud of your work and your art, and I'm proud to have you as a member of this sangha. And trust me, my shit stinks more than you could imagine. All right, and it stunk recently. Something, I don't know what's taken place, but recently there's been more smell than usual in my defecations, and I'm not ashamed to say that.
Might be that tofu.
I don't know. Might be you. Might just be your presence that's making my shit stink.
Yes.
Now here we go. This is a big one. This is the Walk for Peace in America. Bhante Panakara.
Good evening. Respected Senator, Congressman, State Representative, mayors, and all the government officials. And thank you to all the law enforcement, all volunteers. And thank you everyone who gathered here this evening in the cold weather. Do you know why I decided to walk for peace? No? Let me share. I have seen so many sufferings around me. During the COVID-19, we supported a lot of people, a lot of communities around us with food every week, 750 families per week for 2 years. And then we went to Uganda, Africa, and I have the nonprofit for all kind of relief around the world. And I have traveled, I've seen a lot of sufferings in so many different ways. That led me to a thought of do something for this country and for this world, hoping that it will heal some of the people. We picked this route to go to Washington, D.C. We have went to states with really sad history. I cried. And I make this statement. Today, again, I would like to share, and I want to make this statement to everyone here. Our ancestors, all those people have sacrificed their
They should have gone from LA to Washington, D.C.
life for freedom and peace, and they all have died. For all of us here to live with free of hatred, free of all kind of sufferings, and to have a peaceful life. They have done their part, and we are here still struggle with our life. We carry that hatred, that anger from generation after generations. We pass it on to our kids with hatred. We suffer. It's not enough. That is why we want our kids to suffer the same way, or what? I have seen so many children wanted to fight for something
That is not a childist. That is a childism advocate.
they don't even understand. But I do see that it's suffering within them because of all that anger and hatred. It's because of hatred and anger that is why this world is chaotic. Always fight with each other for something that we call benefits. And us Buddhist monks, we walk for this far is not to stir up any pot. We want to share with you all this message. If there is no loving kindness, there is no peace. If there is no compassion, there is no peace. Loving kindness means we love everyone equally. There's no separation. There's no you and I. There's no mine and yours. There's a quote that our Buddha said, hatred will never cease hatred. Only loving kindness can cease hatred. And we walk for this far is very painful. We got our brother monk, which is Ajahn Mahatam, got an accident and have to cut off his leg. Our venerable monks here, we walk almost like 25 to 30 miles per day. It wore us out. We have legs injuries, body injuries, but we still walk for this far. Just want to share with you all that loving kindness and compassion will bring us peace. If we don't have peace within ourselves, we cannot expect anybody to bring us peace. Government officials can bring us external peace by protecting this country. But for us to have peace for ourselves, we have to practice to be mindful every single act, thinking, and verbal. Without this, we would never have peace within ourselves. Our message is very clear. Walking from Fort Worth, Texas to Washington, D.C. wanted to share this love and this message to all people and everybody, all beings. We will not exclude anyone. Even though there are so many haters, so many people that hated us and shouted at us, yelled at us, and cursed at us, we react with, may you be well, happy, and peaceful. If we all can do this together, our country will be at peace. Our world will be at peace. Us monks alone, we cannot bring peace to this country, to this world. Nor any of us. But for all of us monks and all of us here and all the people in this country and around the world working together to have peace for ourselves and our family, this country, this world will be at peace. Don't you think so? For that purpose, for that case, we would like all of us to work closely within ourselves every day, mindful with our action, our verbal, our thinking, and practice to have a peaceful day every single day. by making a statement for ourselves in every morning when we wake up. Write it down, today is my peaceful day. And live with that message, with that statement throughout the day. Don't let anybody in this world mess it up. We are the only person who can mess it up. No one else. Even though they throw in rock, lemons, bitter melons at us, we cook them all and eat. Okay? We don't need to react. Because the more we react, the suffer we are. And we don't have time to waste. We don't have that much energy to waste for all that toxicity. We should spread love and kindness and compassion to the universe so that all beings can receive it equally. No hatred. Imagine within this rally, if this group of monks come here with full of hatred, will you be able to stand here? No, because of that energy will push everybody away. But because of love, compassion, because of we are here together for one mission, which is to have peace for ourselves, for our family, for our society, and our country, and the whole world, that is why we be able to stand here together. It doesn't matter what background we are, what faith we believe, what skin color, or what language we speak. We all have the same blood color as bread. We have the same taste of tear, which is salty. There's no difference in between. So there is no need to be separated. All we need to do is just care for ourselves a little bit, give ourselves some love. Because we have been putting ourselves out there for so long, chasing so many things for ourselves, and enough with suffering. We didn't have time to care for ourselves, to give ourselves some love, while that inner child has been crying and asking for help. Yet we didn't care. This is the call, this is the key, this is the message that our venerable monks share everywhere we go, every step we make. That hopefully all of us will walk together to Washington, D.C. for one purpose, is to have peace, to spread peace.
Thank you, everyone, for the time that you've chosen to spend together here with me and we've done a lot of different things here, me and Shiva. May be well, may be happy, may be peaceful. I think I'm going to clock out a little bit early today, so I won't get as much, I won't make as much, but almost 7 hours, so that's a good day, that's a good work. And I want to express gratitude for the YouTube algorithm and also everyone who's been here listening and sharing and really being here. I know that maybe you don't have a lot of experience or practice, and maybe you don't think too highly of yourself, and maybe that's quite fair. But what we've been concerned with today is a very deep practice, a deep wisdom, a deep compassion, a deep wish to help and to serve. I can tell you that waking up today, my day could have been stuck in bed, eating bread, breaking the bread of depression or passivity or consumption. But because of this community and this environment and the support of the community members today, I was actually able to really be here and show up and share and listen deeply to the Dharma. You know, not even about me and you, but personally me to do that. And that's through your support and your consideration and your presence, and that is deep. These are the real teachers. These are the real masters, and you know, to be concerned with that and connected with that is really a blessing, not just for you, but in your relationships with everyone. Okay, so thank you very much. You're really helping me out, giving me a job and giving me a platform in which to share and to serve and to go through these cycles together of not being some kind of enlightened master or something like that, but just being a human being. It maybe has some different views, opinions, and maybe we could do it this way, maybe we could do it that way. Well, you know, maybe we can let go as well. And maybe instead of having this idea that, oh, what if I could be that monk, and what if I, you know, if I was Ajahn Nisabo, I'd be bringing my students and marching to Washington, D.C., but just to come into awareness and to come into this place of a willingness to give and to receive and to be and to share and to release everything. Okay? Thank you, dear friends. And I do mean it, I know, but I really do mean it. Thank you so much. And I look forward to the next time that we have a chance to practice together and study together and share. So please be well, and see you again soon. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. May whatever merits, blessings, goodness, however small it may be, our small wisdom, our small blessings, our small goodness, may that be shared and offered out towards all beings everywhere, especially those in need for basic resources. May they receive a little bit of bliss, a little bit of peace, a little bit of refuge in this way. Okay? Take care.
Hỡi cơn mưa bao đêm không ngủ, liệu rằng xa cách bao lâu thì tình sẽ cũ. Hỡi cơn mưa bao đêm không tạnh, liệu người đứng mãi trong mưa có lạnh không em? Tiếng ai ca khúc oán cung sầu, mà sầu ai khéo đong đo vừa chọn câu hát. Anh cũng mang một khúc u sầu, mà sầu anh chất kín khoang mây độ thiên hoa. Trời làm gió sẽ cánh chim quyên, mỗi nhịp bước mỗi thước chuân truyền. Người gọi mãi, người bị tái thắt lòng ngủ yên. Người hờ hững đến mấy cũng được, chẳng về với anh nữa cũng được. mình vẫn hai người, lại bảo ta không phải một đôi. Anh vội bán đôi cánh chim quyền để đổi lấy đôi khó ly biệt, khó duyên mình khói kể lại để người ngủ yên. Tiếng ai ca cùng sầu, mà sầu ai khéo đong đo vừa tròn câu hát. Anh cũng mang một khúc u sầu, mà sầu anh chót kín khoang mây đổ thuyền hoa. Trời làm gió sẽ cánh chim quyền, mỗi nhịp bước mỗi thương chân truyền. Người gọi mãi, người bị tai than lòng ngủ yên. Người hờ hững đến mấy cũng được, chẳng về với anh nữa cũng được. Thà là ô thương, xin đừng cách biệt âm dương. Anh thật ghét cái chốn đông người, vừa bảo ta hai đứa xứng đôi, rồi vẫn hai người, lại bảo ta không phải một đôi. Anh vội bán đôi cánh chim quyền để đổi lấy đôi khó ly biệt, khó duyên mình khói kẻ lá để người ngủ yên. Anh thật ghét cái chốn đông người, vừa bảo ta hai đứa xứng đôi, giờ vẫn hai người, lại bảo ta không phải một đôi. Anh vội bán đôi cánh chim quyền để đổi lấy đôi khóa ly biệt, khóa duyên mình khói kẻ là để người ngủ yên. Khóa duyên mình khói kẻ là để